Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know. Thank you, William. Okay. You guys can hear me? Great. Well, and the SIVB saga continues. Now, this is not really correct, I think, on our charts, but anyway, SIVB has halted. Unflipping believable, isn't it? What's happened with this one? I mean, this was a $300 stock not that long ago, sitting now at 35 or $39 and dragging down a lot of the other. Now it's interesting, somebody mentioned, yeah, SIVB still is shortable at Interactive Brokers, whereas SI is not. Other things are happening. Continuing down is that PACW, continuing down from yesterday. I swear, if I get an early alert for some bank in our 10-day daily breakdown, even if I might break my 15 minute rule. This what an awesome short this would have been also yesterday. DocU is an earnings play. DOCU, weak earnings play. DOCU down 13%, breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Super weak. UNCY, a little bit of a pop this morning. Yeah, I don't trust these little ones, not in this market environment right now anyway. UNCY, but it is up. I don't see any specific news on it. The Gap, GPS, I'm hearing GPS is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. This could be the one on the short side. Maybe some support around 10, but GPS through the 200-day moving average and an earnings play, GPS. And the Bird, BIRD, another one that is, this is an all-time low, I believe, earnings play. Well, it could be its first earnings release. I'm not sure, but it could be. Anyway, BIRD, earnings play. And this is an all-time low now for Bird, BIRD. HGBL, another obscure one, an earnings play, gapped up on earnings. Yeah, 315 down to 278, still up, but probably a lot of resistance. This is actually shortable for me. So actually a lot of shares, 1.5 million shares. So yeah, pretty choppy in the pre-market for HGBL. And what to say about Azul? Man, oh man, Azul, ever since its earnings, AZUL, since its earnings 3 days ago, it has just been on a mission here and now through the 200-day moving average. ENVX, a little bit of a pop. I know Real posted some news about it. Yeah, I mean, you can see, look at this daily chart. Look, we have a high of 1033, a high of 1030, a high of 1030, a high of 1035, a high of 1027. So obviously this 1030 mark is proving to be really, really strong resistance for a move higher. So I mean, it did have some news this morning, as Real pointed out. Its first high volume production facility, but it's got to take out that 1030. So I will stick an alert around 1036. See if it can take it out somehow. This is it's not a low float, 118 million in the float for ENVX. And the job numbers did come out. So far, a positive reaction to the job numbers at 8:30. SBNY, another one of those banks that just got hit yesterday, not for the same reason, I don't think. Of course, that SIVB did, but a lot of them just got taken down. Didn't matter what bank. And there is an offer for Stratasys SSYS. I don't know how believable the offer is. An $18 offer for SSYS, sitting at $15 right now. The offer being made by NNDM. Check how many shares they've got outstanding. So 57 million for Stratasys. Okay, because this is a lot cheaper. Yeah. So the market cap. Okay. 254 million times 288. So, but NNDM is putting in some kind of an offer at $18 for SSYS. How believable? Who knows? And just as I was opening the room, ERJ, that was having a pop. And is there a reason for it? Let's see. Is there a reason? Delivered 80 jets in Q4. So this is another Brazilian stock along with Azul and GOL in the sector, airline sector. So I guess all eyes on SIVB to see what's going to happen when it opens. This is actually a news halt. So this is it in talks to sell itself. I guess that is the news. JP Morgan says the sell-off in large banking shares is overdone. Let's take a look at JP Morgan. And what happened to it over the last, well, yesterday, there was not one bank, not one that I could see anyway, that was immune to this big sell-off. Look at Goldman Sachs, GS. Goldman Sachs, another big red candle. Take a look at Wells Fargo, big red candle. But in advance of that big down day yesterday, Wells Fargo was already dropping in advance. Well, there's no question that some of these banks are going to bounce, but it's the old, when. I mean, look at Wells Fargo. You would think, there looks like there's decent support right around here, as an example for Wells Fargo. But I'm sure the JP Morgan executives are gagging yesterday because all their options, etc. I mean, look, 143 down to 130. I wish DocU had more room to the downside, DOCU. It's a huge move down through the 200-day moving average, but I'm looking left. I don't know, I'm seeing a lot of junk looking left, that could hold it up. Yeah, PBR, Petro Brazil or Brasilia, Petróleo, Petróleo. Boy, it's a tough one to say for me. Brasileiro. Anyway, PBR. Yeah, I mean this can be can be a pretty active trader. Big float, 3.7 in the float. No, it's not going to be. I mean, I guess it could be halted all day, but I mean, this is a news halt. Well, and here's the halt. Here's the real. So their attempt to raise the capital fails, and now they're in talks to sell themselves. So look out. What were they trying to raise? About over $2 billion? Yikes. Mike, you're a funny man. Yeah, in our YouTube room. Well, this will be interesting. Well, this is going to open at some point, but so now you can see why they're in talks to sell itself. They can't raise the money. So these banks, I mean, here's another bank, guys. ZION. ZION. I mean, I'm just looking. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get some of these 10-day daily breakdowns on the banks, more banks. There's ZION. I mean, whether it's warranted or not, I mean, right now, market sentiment against the banks is obviously extremely negative. All right, guys, 9:13. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if they've downgraded SIVB. Yeah, a few downgrades for SIVB right now. All right, let me get some of the upgrades and downgrades in to the if there's anything interesting on the upgrade side. I got a couple of upgrades for Key, KEY, a couple of upgrades for Key. Look at that one once I get some of these in. A couple of upgrades, I say, for KEY. In fact, I'm starting to hear it. Oh, I'm seeing upgrades for Key, but it's falling. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Now I'll get some of the downgrades in. JP Morgan is downgrading DOCU on its earnings release. PACW, another new low, guys. I tell you, the banks, AKA, a couple of downgrades for AKA, a couple of downgrades for FULC. Okay, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades. Most of them now into the main room. Now, take a look at Key, KEY. Couldn't think we got a couple of upgrades, but I see it's starting to drop here. It's in an earnings play. Banking. Uh, anything banking today, guys. I mean, at some point maybe we'll get a bounce, but you first. Morning, Carlos. Okay, well, let's take a look at the sectors. And it's not going to be pretty. Well, not going to be pretty for the XLF, that's for sure. So I'm going to click on New in the dock channel bar, and then click on Show More, and then click on Sector Status. And it's not going to be pretty when we look at the banking ETF. Here we go. XLF, 68% are down. So first of all, just a quick word about what you're seeing here. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the main ETF for energy. Interesting. Usually it's all or nothing. And what I mean by that is usually they're either all up or all down. So right now right now 60% of them are up from yesterday's close. It's about 50-50. But it's funny because it's usually all up, usually around 100% are up or 100% are down from yesterday's close. This is 50-50. And there's your banking sector right there. XLF, 67% are down. The stocks that make up XLF, 67% are down from yesterday's close. Okay. I am sharing my screen. Yep. You guys can see my screen, right? If you can't see it, Carlos, if you can hear me, maybe do a refresh or change your browser. But I am sharing my screen. Now, let's take a look at some of these sectors. XLF. But okay, take a look at some of these sectors. Well, let's take a look at energy. XLE. I'm going to want to do this quickly. I'm starting to get some alerts here, so I want to do this fairly quickly. XLE. So there's the 200-day moving average. I mean, it's getting closer and closer. I mean, we are starting to see a lot of the. Well, we've got about four of the major sectors. Well, actually, if I include the utilities and real estate, we've got about six sectors that are underneath the 200-day moving average now, and XLE is approaching. Retail XRT. Look at this, XRT getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Consumer, now we know this one is below it. Consumer staples and moving away from it. So I'm just going to write that one down. Officially, XLP underneath the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, another one that has been underneath and probably still moving away from the 200-day moving average. Look at this, moving away and away from the 200-day. Industrials, industrials is probably one of the strongest sectors. We have a red bar there yesterday, like most sectors though, but still well above. And then of course we've got financials. Look at financials. Wow. Come on. Look at financials. So I mean, this actually started a couple of days ago and then boom, right through the 200-day moving average yesterday and starting to move away. with this, again, the banks getting hit. Discretionary, XLY, consumer discretionary. Again, that's four sectors now. And I don't usually look at utilities. I find them just boring, but I mean, I'll look at it because it is below also. This is usually the flight to safety, with dividend bearing stocks, et cetera, but way below the 200-day moving average. Communications. This is probably now below. Yeah, just nudged below it yesterday. So yeah, guys, I mean, at one point there was only one about, if I looked at this 3 weeks ago, I think we only had one below the 200-day moving average. XLB should still be above it, but I think it's drifting down. Look at this, drifting down towards it also. And then tech, XLK, still above it. And I know real estate is below. So, I mean, if you look at the major sectors, we've got 7 of the major sectors, maybe 11, are now below the 200-day moving average. Why do I talk about the 200-day? Well, in a nutshell, in a very simplistic way, strong stocks above, weak stocks below. And that goes for sectors too. Meanwhile, bird is not the word. These things that pop into my head. Anyway, bird earnings play. This is a lifetime low now. BIRD. Yeah, Oracle is an earnings play too. I just don't usually take a look at it because of the float, but yeah, Oracle is an earnings play. ORCL. Definitely a 20-day breakdown for sure. Could be some support, around the 80 level. But I am waiting to see if we get some more banks coming into the 10-day daily breakdown. And I may, break a little bit of a rule and take one early. And don't maybe take as many shares as I normally would because we can still get that whip up and down. Yeah, CING, I'm hearing. CING. Yes, CING is popping here. Singulet. Don't see any news on it. Low float, 7.6 million in the float. It's just showing up here. I on my text to voice, she kept saying over and over and over again, CING. What do these guys do? So it's a pharma. So CING and Bird going in opposite directions now. BIRD, Bird. Lots of shares too. Almost 500,000 at Interactive Brokers available to short. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, so Interactive Brokers has basically said, we're not going to allow you to short SI, which is too bad because I don't even know why it popped. but it had this little pop from 292 all the way up to 388. But IB said, nope, not available for short sale. See if there's any more news. Yeah, it just keeps reiterating this. It's trying to sell itself. You talk. So that what you're talking? Was that what you were talking about? Zen, in terms of the refreshing. Getting this every now and then. I think it's only affecting Canadians. And then this, so it's the odd one. Zion. I mean, where could there be some support? XLF. XLF. XLF is the financial. XLF. I know sometimes it's hard to, but I'm showing you on the screen right now. That's the main one. I mean, there are other ones. And there are some, what is it? Some of the regional banks. Is it KWEB? I know there are a couple of, no, that's China. There are a couple of regional bank ETFs. Somebody's going to know. I think they start with K. KWeb, of course, is not the one. It's that's China Internet. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, KRE and KBE. I mean, I'm sure they're being really hard hit. Yeah, look at this. So KRE and KBE, a couple of regional bank ETFs. And that's really what it's all about right now, the regional banks. Like a Zion. Meanwhile, DOCU continues, I think. DOCU continues to make its way down. As I said before, I wish there was a little more room underneath, but boy, I mean, this is not a bank, but not even remotely like a bank. Too bad. Meanwhile, PACW continues. This was almost as good a short yesterday as SIVB in terms of a percentage move, almost. I mean, it went from 26 down to 20. I mean, I guess not quite, but certainly a great move. But look at it now, 1558, and on the way down, almost a lifetime low for PACW. 1 minute to the open, guys. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. It'll be exciting today for sure. Yeah, Shady, I used to, funny, back in, I think, 2008, I used to trade FAS and FAS. That was wild stuff back then. All right, guys, we've got about 15 seconds before this market opens. NYCB, I'm hearing also NYCB, another regional bank, NYCB. Okay, guys, we're now open for business. There's another one, the SBNY. SBNY was hit hard yesterday also. SBNY. Wow, I think PACW is going to get halted. I know it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but I think it's going to get halted. In fact, I'm going to go on a big limb and say it's going to get halted. PACW, PACW. I may be wrong. No, I'm right. Got halted. PACW just got halted, guys. And Uber showed up also on the 10-day daily breakdown. Of course, not a bank. Oof. FRC, yeah, look at this. Look at the banks, guys. Oh my goodness. FRC halted on the way down. Another regional bank. Yikes. Well, for those of you like myself who lived through the financial crisis in 2008, I'm not saying this is not the same, but wow, it's hard not to draw the analogy a little bit. And there's BNet. Yeah, I looked at BNet. This is Barnes and Noble. Hard to believe they still exist, but they do. It's an earnings play coming into the 200-day moving average. BNED. What's our market doing? So Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down, of course. Another bank, probably BX. Is this, yeah, well, financial investment activities, BX, another one. Look at BX. I mean, there's, well, maybe some support around 80 for BX. We're going to see so many, anything in the financial sector, you're going to see probably a red candle from yesterday's action. Let's see what BNED, I mean, there's the 200-day. It could stall it, but hey, if it takes it out, it could have a bit of a run in it. 270 is the next highs. Even Wall, oh no, sorry, even, I shouldn't say that. Another bank just got halted. Look at these regional banks just getting halted. WAL, Schwab, another one, not a regional bank, but broker, well, sort of financial. Schwab, look at Schwab got hit yesterday. How's our IBKR? I'm sure it's not doing well either. Interactive Brokers, yeah, the same thing. Bank of America, BAC. I'm sorry, not, yeah, BAC. So even some of the big banks. All right, guys, BAC. This is a big bank too, guys. I mean, this is a big one, and it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, as I said, okay, this is another one, probably ARCC, closed end fund. I don't know what these guys, well, financial vehicle, ARCC. Pack W just opened. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it where I wanted to, so I had to lay off it. Pack W. As I said, I wanted to take these. Now, I was able to get some of the BAC. Oh man, as I said, I was going to be a little more aggressive if a bank showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. The FRC just resumed. Wow, look at BAC. Here's the alert at 29.85. Excuse me, 29.34 now. Bank of America. Okay, guys, I'm actually short the ARCC too. I don't really know what this is. I mean, it's a financial closed-end fund. Bank of America. Well, here's Hood. Hood on the way down too. Obviously, a bank, HOOD. But I think I'm just going to bide my time right now. I've taken some off the BAC. Okay, I've taken some off. Maybe some support around 29. I don't know. Here's another one. I don't think I want to have too many at the same time. But here's another one, Ally. Ally. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown. Other than Uber, they're all banks or all financial in the financial sector. Other than Uber, they're all. So I've taken BAC and ARCC. Mm. Yeah, ARCC is not. I mean, it's I don't. It's a financial instrument, so I'm not really sure. Hey guys, so I'm glad I took some off here of the BAC. Having a little bit of a bounce, so I've got to watch this ARCC. I don't want to see it go over 30, over 18. Yeah, pretty good bounce, but I don't know, Vicky. Vicky, my goodness, Vicky. Vicky comes up when the banks are failing. Okay, got to be a message there somewhere. Ah, Ally, shoot. I wish I run that one instead of the ARCC, but look at this Ally. I mean, look, guys, 2610 on the alert, 2564 now. Neat. So this is a property trust, so it's not a, so it's a financing, okay? Anything in the financial sector. So here's another one, Starwood Properties. Not a bank exactly, but STWD. All right, BNAD now coming into that critical area of the 200-day moving average. Look at the SPY guys. Wow. All right, Bank of America continue. And here's another one. CFG, another bank or regional, I guess. Citizens Regional Bank, I guess. CFG, HBAN, another one, HBAN. Come on, ARCC. I don't know. I should be in a bank. It's not quite a bank. I'm sure this is another one. Hercules Capital, HTGC. Wow, not seen a day like this in my 10-day daily breakdown. So I don't know what LESL a bank? Retail trade. No, it's not a bank. Look at all this Zion. Wow. Is this an earnings play? LESL? Not an earnings play, no. Ah, look at Pac W. Pac W just getting creamed. This is the one I wanted, but I got halted just as I wanted to get it. Came out of the halt. Oh boy. Okay, Bank of America. I mean, I hate to cheer on, these things, but Bank of America now underneath 29. At least it was. Come on, ARCC. Where's the next low looking left for this one? Not that I think 1759 is the next low on the weekly chart. Even Azul, which was so strong in the pre-market, AZUL. Look at this. I mean, I don't think there's anything really safe right now. OPRX. This is a long alert. No, it's a short alert, I guess. OPRX. This was from yesterday. Um, Okay, so that 200-day moving average, the area of the 200-day moving average seems to be holding BNED. You can see that green line right there. Is AMPI a bank? No, AMPI is not a bank. This is actually an earnings play, guys. Didn't see it in the pre-market because it didn't really trade it in the pre-market. AMPY. High is not a bank, I don't believe. I'm sure it's not a bank. I know it's not a bank, but it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I can't really concentrate on anything else other than the bank sale, guys. I'm sure there's, I mean, never had a day like this in the 10-day daily breakdown where you're getting so many alerts right off the bat. Usually it's tough to do because of the filter I've got in. Wow. All right, ARCC working for me now. Look at DOCU. I haven't even looked at DOCU. DOCU. Look at DOCU, guys. DOCU. Earnings play now. It's through this area. It's getting through that area. I mean, this is could be a further big collapse. I know it's down already 20%, but Ally. Wow. I mean, and ARCC. I don't even know what they do, but closed end fund. What do they? Wow. I'm just waiting for things to maybe settle down a little bit, but so there's the resumption. PAC-W resumed, FRC resumed. Wow. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the ARCC around 1750. Okay, finally, the grunting has stopped. The grunting. I've got the pig sound on my 10-day daily breakdown, so it's like a grunt, 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 and it's just been going nonstop since the market opened. All right, I'm out of the BAC now, guys. I mean, it took out 29 briefly, but I'm out of it now. These two bottoming tails, so we are in for a little bit of a bounce. I mean, I was surprised to see BAC in here, to be honest. I mean, that's one of your major banks. Most of the other ones showing up on the list are more regional. Well, they are not more, they're regional banks. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. Look at my, I'm completely out of the ARCC now. We're getting a bit of a bounce now in some of them. Let's take a look at Zion. Did it bounce? Yeah, so some of them are starting to bounce a little bit now. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, we talked about that in KRE, and there was the other one. I can't remember anymore. KRE is a regional bank ETF. So far, no bounce at all in PACW. No bounce whatsoever. Wow, lots of shares available. 5 million shares available, and well, no bounce. In fact, it's halted again. PACW halted again. This one's had no bounce at all. SBNY. Well, a little. Shouldn't say that. I guess a little bit of a big bounce now, 61 to 67, but pretty jumpy. No, Jamie, that's okay. That's okay. Some who are not in early enough, they would see that too. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, talking about regional bank ETFs. That's the other one, KBE. All right, so Stratasys is putting a little bit of a move. Ah, interesting. So we've got a big holder of that. So NNDM is trying to buy Stratasys for $18 a share, but I guess this big fund says, don't do it. Urges the board to halt this takeover attempt. Interesting. So there you go, guys. The power of the 200-day moving average so far for BNAD. Look at that. I mean, it did poke its head just a little bit above it, but as Real calls it, it's the area of the 200-day, and that basically stalled BNAD, BNED. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones that might be moving in the different direction. I see Lunar was doing its thing early, LUNR. Again, super risky. The high yesterday was 1975. I think I have an alert set there, 1975. And how does this OCEA do? It's funny, it poked above 11 just at the very end of the day. So WAL just resumed WAL, so it actually popped a little bit on the resumption. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce in these stocks now, in these regional banks. For how long? Don't know. MRK, Merck, MRK. You were right. Wow, Merck. All right. Well, that's good news. So there's the big pop for Merck. Wow. No, we're not done yet, guys. What's Owl? Owl is not a bank, right? It is a bank. Blue Owl Capital Inc. Oof, this is a bank too. Well, financial sector. I don't know. It's probably not a bank. Okay, asset management firm. So anything in the financial sector. So technically not a bank. What about Alto? Oh, it's very cheap. These are just showing up in my, no, this is obviously not a bank. This is an earnings play. Alto is an earnings play. Lifetime low for Alto, guys. Lifetime low for Alto. Wow, lots of shares available. 2.5 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So if you won't short, you're missing out, guys. I mean, I know a lot of you say, either you don't short for two reasons. Philosophical reasons, think it's bad, it's evil, or B, there are actually three reasons. Maybe the type of account you've got doesn't allow shorting, or C, you don't understand it. And I always say, you know what? There's nothing to understand really. In the most simplistic way that I can explain it, when you buy a stock at a certain price, you hope it goes up and sell it higher. When you short a stock at a certain price, you hope it goes down, and that's how you make money. Just the reverse. The only trick is, you have to be able to, sometimes your broker may not have shorts available for that stock. That's all. But other than that, just flip the script in your head. So if I wanted to short, if I had no shorts available, if I wanted to short Lunar right here at 1879, if I had shorts available, I hope it goes down. And then, I buy it down here, cover, and the difference from where I bought it. And if it went lower, that's what I make. If I bought it here in the normal way, I hope it goes up, and that's where I sell it. I make money. And so, I mean, just flip the script in your head. It's really not that big a deal. What you hear is, wow, I can lose everything if I short. In theory, if you hold overnight, I suppose, but all we're doing is intraday stuff. But how many times? I mean, how about the people that were long SIVB? You think they're happy? So you can lose a lot being long something too. So anyway, my advice, if you're you can use our simulator. And you can just practice shorting in our simulator just to get a feel for what it means and how to do it. Whew. Okay, keep an eye maybe on GPS, guys. GPS. We got a bit of a more of a market bounce going. GPS, but this is an earnings play. Excuse me. Down 5% still as an earnings play. GPS. The problem, well, I don't know what the problem is, but there's the 200-day moving average, 1110. So if it stalls, this might turn into another short. For instance, here's a short. I've kept this in here for a long time. Here's a short of AMC, 500 shares at 716. It's 550 now. This is only showing today. Okay, and I kept this one in from yesterday. So I'll go over this in what time is it now? 10 o'clock, maybe about half an hour. You can use our simulator to practice trading, and you notice that if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. My guess is PAC W has bounced. Yeah, so finally, we're getting some big bounces now. This is not quite the devastation of yesterday, where there were hardly any bounces at all. You can use TI for scanning post market for the next day, correct? Yes, that was a question from our YouTube room. We have, if you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar and show more, click on the show more. Well, actually, you don't even have to. After hours, okay? So there's our after hours channel. You'll see nothing right now because it's not after hours, so it won't start until 4 o'clock Eastern time, okay? So you have your post-market volume leaders, your post-market movers. So yes, you most up and down post-market. So the answer is yes, Jason. Just go to our post-market channel. Okay. I'm not sure what's happening with Zach, to be honest. He said he'd be back sometime in February, but I don't know. All right, let me take a look. We're starting to see some bounces, of course, with the market. So DTC, I think, was an earnings play yesterday. DTC. I have to disconnect from my simulated trading guys because when I'm connected, my charts really slow down. I don't know why that happens, but anyway. So DTC was an earnings play yesterday, I believe. Yes, March 9th. It got all the way up to 558, closed down here. But now it's trying to get alive again, over 5. Hmm. So this one kept moving down. This is not a bank, Leslie. It's just kept moving down from that 10-day daily breakdown so far. So the alert was at 1175. So it's 1165 now. Let's take a look left to see where it could stall. This is almost a lifetime low. My guess is right around here is a lifetime low at 1137. So this is almost a lifetime low for LESL. This is not an earnings play. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. Hey, there's the DTC guys going. DTC is starting to move higher here. DTC over 5. So this one is actually an earnings play also. Genie. I don't think it's got anything to do with, I don't think anyway, with Genius, GNS, but no, it's a retail trade. So sorry, yeah, GENI. Well, actually it broke down through the 200-day moving average, but now it's popped above it. So we're getting some bounces now, but this is not a bank, so I all right, so Alto is an all-time low, all-time low. This is an earnings play, ALTO, ethyl alcohol manufacturing. Okay. Yeah, hilly again, trying to get through that 3. So yeah, my guess is that most of these early bank stocks that were getting trashed, I haven't been able to look at them all, of course, but are bouncing a lot. Yeah, look at Bank of America. So good for you, Vicky. This was a strange one for me because this is, we didn't see any of the other major banks hitting that 10-day daily breakdown. So for Bank of America to hit it, so guys, maybe keep an eye on ERJ. ERJ. Randall, if you're in the room, you see how, I mean, say you might be in the room. You see when I type in ERJ, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but there's definitely a delay. There was a delay, instead of before in the old days, months ago, when I typed in a symbol or clicked on a symbol, the charts were loading instantaneously. So anyway, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but for a guy like myself who's clicking, I'm talking to, I think we've got one of the developers who is in the room monitoring the situation. But you're like myself, who is clicking on many, many symbols all day long. It gets a little annoying. Anyway, ERJ guys, ERJ had some news this morning. This is sold a bunch of, how many was it? Actually, it's an earnings play too. I didn't realize it was an earnings play also, ERJ, but could have sworn I saw how many they sold. This is an air, well, anyway, they've got a backlog. They sell jets. Okay, they sell planes. And of course, this is in Brazil. Do you see how long it's taking? I don't know, Randall, if you can hear me or see what I'm talking about. The other thing that I've noticed is that when I connect to the simulator, it really slows down. That's why I'd like to have the simulator up and running all day to demonstrate it, but I just can't. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that GPS. It is still struggling right around that right around that 11 mark. The 1110 is the 200-day moving average. It is an earnings play. If that 200-day rejects it, now the only issue right now, it's in between the VWAP and the 200-day. So, in order to short this would have to take out the VWAP. So what I'm going to do is put an alert at around 1080. 1089 is the VWAP. So, and we'll see if it takes that out later on. I mean, this did get down all the way down to almost 10. And this is an earnings play. And here we go. Trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q4 financial results. But the market's having a nice lift. Nice lift. Somebody was posting SIVB is not crypto related. As far as I know, it is not crypto related. I think they made big bets on the bond market. Okay, Denver, it is not crypto related. There you go, bonds and loans. Thank you, Captain. Even though it starts with SI, it's got nothing to do with Silvergate. So right now, for me, this has really slowed down after that frantic first, 15 to 20 minutes of all the banks being trashed at the beginning. Beautiful bounces now. Every one of them. So now what I want to do is start looking at some of the ones that hit the 10-day daily breakdown that were not banks. But even Leslie, LASL bounced. But okay, 1175 was the alert. Now, if you look left, you can maybe see why it bounced. Look left on this, even though it's almost a lifetime low for LASL, there's pretty decent support where it is right now. Is it also a financing? LAS, oh, you're right. LASL is not an earnings play. I didn't see that. I didn't see the financing news for it. Interesting. I do not see the financing news for LASL. I see an investment firm bought 325,000 shares. Oh, Jamie, well, it's the SIVB, if that's what you're talking about. That's the reason for SIVB had nothing to do with crypto. It's bonds and loans. So Randall, if you're still in the room, yeah, I really haven't. It was so fast and furious. At the beginning of the day, I really wasn't looking at the single stock window, but it looks like I haven't seen any errors yet. Just the loading of the charts is that it's that 2-3 second delay. Okay, guys, after that little pop up for DocU, I think DocU's got too much support though in the area it's in. At 50 whole number will be a big psychological number for it to get through. And it's a pretty big float, 198 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. Okay, so Randall, so yeah, so it looks like the single stock window is fine. It's just that little lag, not in every single stock, but just that little lag. See the hilly? You see how, and it sort of loads, loads, loads. Yeah, keep an eye on the hilly. I mean, if it takes out three like yesterday, it's got that room. It was an earnings play yesterday, and so just keep an eye on it. HLLY. Stick a price alert over three and see if it takes it out. It got up to it today and could not get through three. Well, DTC is on the move here, guys. This DTC, see Randall? I know you might not think it's okay, guys. DTC, the high of yesterday was 559. This was an earnings play yesterday. The next high looking left right now is 530. It's a fairly low, yeah, it's actually a low float, 21 million in the float, so it is a low float. It held the 200-day moving average yesterday. Let's take a look at the banks now, XLF. Let's take a look at the ETF, major ETF for the banks. I'm sure we're going to see a nice bounce. See Randall, see how long it's taking. So here's our bounce for XLF. Okay, guys, there's GPS. GPS underneath the VWAP, just barely, okay? So this is maybe setting up a short now. Underneath the VWAP, 1089. Again, this is earnings play, so it's very weak earnings, down to 1023 before it bounced. I saw Sophie in the pre-market also, SOFI. Look at this one now, through the 200-day moving average. I know they're talking about suing the administration. Well, I'll just bring it up to try to avoid tens of millions in losses. This is all to do with the student loan moratorium, I guess. And they're not happy. Sophie is not happy. SOFI, not happy. But when I look left, I just see little pockets of potential support. So I just can't get too into it. Big float, 765 million in the float. So it'll take a bunch to move it. All right, guys. So a little bit earlier today, I'm just going to go over a little bit about trade ideas. I'm going to show you what you can find on my homepage. I used to do it at 10:20 every day, but the action has been so fast and furious in the last little while, it's been hard to get to it, not just today. What I'm doing is I am putting my homepage link in the 3 rooms. Give me a moment. Well, Jamie, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously it's up for it's a contentious issue. So the answer is the court block it, the student loans. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about what's going on, but obviously a contentious issue. So there is my homepage. All right. So if you want to take out a subscription, now I would hold off a little bit, okay? Because I know we're going to have a St. Patrick's Day. So I would hold off a little bit. I know it'll be better than 15%, probably be at least 20%. But just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs, we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is 2,000, annual standard is 1,000. Applying that discount, let's say it's going to be 20%. The big difference is the AI, which now is, I just brand it like a watch list. That's all it is, okay? No auto trading the AI. But you could have taken a look at the Stratasys, SSYS, understand a little bit why it's going up because of this potential buyout. I have this feeling it's not going to happen, but anyway, it's my opinion only. Now, you don't have to go annual. In fact, don't go annual unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always start off with a monthly subscription, and you can maintain a monthly subscription. You don't have to go annual at any time. So standard is 118, premium is 228, less the discount, whatever that's going to be, minimum 15. If within 30 days, though, you decide you want to take on an annual, we'll honor the discount. Oops. Now, if you decide to take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this, that get started. This will take you through your first download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. 10 videos take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. New to trading? Great. Trading 101 is for you. All right. We've got Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this course together. So if you're brand spanking new to trading, please take a look at this. And this is free. I do a stock of the day video, which is free. You can sign up for it there. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I shudder to think what Shop is doing. I know it actually popped up yesterday. Trade of the week is Shop, but I'm sure it's being dragged down with the rest of the market. 40 was the stop. Now you could have made money on it. If you got in, I can't remember what the trigger was, but it did get up to 40, almost 46 yesterday. And with what the market was doing yesterday, I would have been bailing. I know they're designed for longer term holds, but you got to have you got to be realistic though too. Here is my education section. So here's our user guide. Our user guide is, now don't get overwhelmed by how much is in the user guide. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything. Take a look at, for instance, if you have Microsoft Word and you take a look at their user guide and somebody said you've got to learn everything before you can start, nobody would do it, right? Okay. So with Word, I mean, most people just care about, okay, how do I print? Maybe change my font, things like that. Same thing with our user guide. We have a lot of information. What I would concentrate on first is what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. You click on the stock racing. These are the 2 races that you see here. We have 4 nice videos and race startup, clickable, race configuration. So all the information about stock racing is in the user guide. Okay. The other thing I would understand how to do is put price alerts on our charts. I mean, really invaluable. If you're not using price alerts, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. And it's very simple to do. Or is that getting started again? Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern from my mic duties, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And now we had a flip flop. Normally it'd be Andy today, but Andy was yesterday, and it'll be Steve Gomez today in our YouTube room. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And there's our free trading room, more educational videos about trade ideas. And last, oops, see Randall, I get this if you're still here. Let me last, here are my scans, okay? So these are the scans that I am sharing. This is, people ask a lot about the pre-market. This is what I've been using in the pre-market forever. Pre-market actives up and down. These are two top list windows. We get, from time to time, we get emails from people saying, hey, how come I missed this in the pre-market? And I check and I see it in my top list and I say, well, use mine. I can almost guarantee you will not miss anything if you use my pre-market actives up and down, okay? Almost guaranteed. These are the two races that I'm sharing, the biggest gainers. I know I've renamed them a little bit, but the two races that I'm sharing. And here is the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, okay, that I've been concentrating on all day. This is a momentum scanner. And I'm going to go to the momentum channel and you'll see that it's basically the same. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. Here's the halt resumes. It's not really a scan. I call this just more information. Look at PACW really bouncing now. So a lot of these banks are really bouncing. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on my code. This room is free. The room will get credit for the subscription. I get some credit also. And if you save my link, then you can take a look at the education section and my scans anytime you want. I do change up my scans every now and then. Just give me a moment. Take a look at BNED. See how long it's taking, Randall? There we go. If you're still in the room. Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:20 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I get live on the mic in all the rooms at 9 o'clock. Okay, I do open the main room at 8, so you can chat amongst yourselves. YouTube gets open around 9. Discord's open around the same time as the other room. Not too many people in Discord, but if you want to go to our Discord room, go for it. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner, and I'll explain the difference between a scanner and a screener. A lot of screeners out there, many screeners out there, but we're a screener, but we're also a scanner, and I'll explain what I mean. And you can use Trade Ideas with any broker, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, and doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So you notice that I'm sharing some of my scans. Well, all of these channels have scans in them. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, now remember I said I was sharing a scan called Momo in my homepage. This is basically it. Now you notice it says 1026 and UNSI at 255 the price. And right now the time is 10:31 Eastern time. There has not been an alert since then. So if you take a look at my scans, you want to see what my scan is looking for, or any scan that we've created here, you want to see what it's looking for. All you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas, the filters. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is the momentum aspect of it. Volume in the last minutes, at least 1,000% of normal, in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That is the momentum aspect of it. So if the stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, intraday high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. So this is the screening, and then the alert, the real-time alert is the scanning. It's a real-time scanner. So you just see DTC just showed up. Okay, DTC just showed up. And you can't really see it here because I'm on a 15-minute chart, but if I had a 1-minute chart, you'd see a volume pop. Okay. So if you like this scan, now first of all, I am sharing this scan, but all I'm really trying to show right now is the concept that if you go to the different channels, you'll see we have scans for you. So if you went to this scan, again, you don't have to because this is a scan I'm sharing. Let's pretend I'm not sharing this. So if you wanted this scan, if you like the idea of this, then you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And what that does is it takes it out of this channel. It takes it out of the channel. Now it's free floating. Now you can save it to your cloud, or if you right click and configure again and check that summary, you might like this, but you might not like for instance, the price range. So if I click on that icon, I can make a change to the price range, maybe adjust it a little bit more to your style of trading. Maybe a different price range, maybe you want more volume, things like that. If I click on the summary, you see now it says between 10 and 100. And by the way, I'm not, if you're madly copying down all this, don't. I mean, this is all in the guide. I'm just trying to give you an overview. So now, if I say okay, so now you've made a change to the scan that we created. So two things. You can keep the scan exactly as we've created it, get it into a free floating window, and then save it to your cloud, or make the change and then save it to the cloud. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time, if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on search instead of summary, when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icons. Okay, here's the new high and new low of the day right at the top. We have a lot of real-time alert icons. Okay, don't get hung up on how many we have. If I keep scrolling down, and when I see these icons here, these are our filters. Again, do not get hung up on how many we have. Why do we have so many? Well, when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So we had to create enough alerts and enough filters so the majority of our thousands of customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Now, the other thing I will caution you on is when you go through the different channels, the temptation is to, oh, I like that scan. Oh, I like that scan. I like that scan. I like that scan. And, start extracting all sorts of scans, because then what you can do and save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back and create a layout of all these scans that we have created for you. Maybe just as they are, or maybe you make some tweaks. The problem is if you have so many scans up and running, you'll get so many alerts all day long. You'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. I mean, and that's why you have to start practicing trading to figure out, well, okay, I cannot see everything all day long, but let me concentrate on a few scans and sort of specialize in a few scans, and that's it. Don't do what I did when I started, as a customer at Trade Ideas in 2010, and I probably had 40 windows up and running because I didn't want to miss anything. I didn't miss anything, but I got nothing done. You too, Zen. So I have not had too many new alerts in the last little while. Things have really settled down. So look at the Stratasys. Again, this is all call it rumor. I mean, it's not a rumor. I mean, there's no question that NNDM is making a pitch for them. That's not a rumor. But whether or not it happens, I mean, they've basically contacted SSYS Stratasys and said, "Hey, we'd like to buy you for $18 a share." So if you're looking at this price right now at 15.69, you're saying, "Well, wait a minute, they're going to be bought for 18." No, this may not go through. In fact, a major fund that owns some NNDM is trying to lobby the board to block this. And SSYS may, in fact, not want to, be bought by them at 18 also. So this is not, it's certainly far, far, far from being a done deal. Talk a little bit about the races. So I'm sharing these two races. I haven't had a chance to really look at any of the alerts that have come from them, but if you're new to trading, I would really suggest you take a look at the races because it's going to get you to focus on just a few stocks all day long instead of jumping around trying to figure out what to trade. So all races start from a top list window. So this race you see here is based on this top list window. Before we had races, the purpose of a top list window was basically you could sort on any column header you had. Let me just show you. So this is the text version. So I've got the change from the open percent. I've got the change from the close percent, relative volume, things like that. I could sort on any one of these columns. So if I sort on the change from the open, I just left click rapidly a couple of times. So I can see right now the JFBR since the open, the open meaning its very first trade of the day, has moved 25%. Lunar has moved 23%, and so on. So while that might be nice information to know, how are you going to use it to trade? So first of all, why do these stocks show up? Well, as long as stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from the yesterday's close, stocks will show up here. Okay. So what if though, take a look at, I don't know, let's take a look at BNED as an example, BNED. It's up 7.7% from the open. What if all of a sudden it started to move? This is an earnings play. Hey, you never know. It might some enthusiastic traders might might get involved with it, and who knows? Maybe it really starts to move. So instead of being 7.7% from the open, now it's 8%, 10%, 15% moving up. You probably would have a tough time seeing it. Okay, unless you're staring at this list, which would be a crazy thing to have to do all day long. So that's what the races do. The races for me are kind of a hybrid between alert windows and top list windows. So what happens in this race here, and I'm going to close down my top list. You don't have to have up and running. And of course you can create your own race. Let me just show you. And all of this is in the guide. All you have to do is create your own top list window and then you launch it. Right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So these two races are based on my filters. So I run 4-minute races. And why do I run 4-minute? I don't know. I chose 4 minutes months ago when the racing concept was introduced. Um, some people will run 5-minute races, 3-minute races, 10-minute races. It's up to you. I run 4-minute races. So why is HGBL at the top here? Well, since this race started 3 minutes ago, HGBL, and now you see that this one, and it's going to be a jockeying for position all like over the course of the 4 minutes. Right now, JFBR has moved 3.65% since the race started. It's only a nickel, but sometimes you'll see some big percentage moves. It's a more volatile race than this one. Sometimes you'll see moves of 10, 15, 20%. So how I would be using it is if you start to see something moving, you don't have to wait for it to get at the top. If you start to see something moving, especially if you haven't seen it before, click on it, see what's happening. Now, the nice thing is that it automatically creates a top 10 list, a watch list for you based on the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So, number one position right now is Lunar, LNUR. It has won 3 races. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay. I mean, as I've stated before, this is a very, very challenging one to trade, but, just click on it, see what's happening. Let's click on the SING, or sorry, the CING. I mean, if, for instance, if CING was just a little bit above the VWAP here, which is 173, you might be a bit of a VWAP player. But if it was just kind of moving down and was just sort of sitting on top of the VWAP, you might say, or maybe just a little bit below it. And then if it popped above it, maybe you want to take the trade. This is why you've got to practice trading. Okay. There's no right or wrong way, but you have to figure out a style of your, that matches your personality. Some like to play, this is more, of a pullback, maybe a pullback to a VWAP, maybe a pullback to a certain, not a VWAP, to the VWAP, maybe a pullback to a moving average that you like. Now, this race is similar, but the big difference is the fact that I've put in a market cap, not too many based on today. So I put a minimum market cap of 500 million shares or $500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay. So consequently, you're not going to see, usually you're not going to see big percentage movers here. But if I were new to trading, I may concentrate more on this one than this one, even though this one is way more exciting, more volatile. You'll see the big movers, but with big moves up can come even bigger moves down. So I would probably concentrate more on something like this to get your feet wet. Okay, let's take a look at ERJ. Won 4 races, and there's the VWAP. Maybe if it holds the VWAP, maybe it pops off it. Well, I see we've got a couple of, well, gold is at the top here. I see there's a silver play, PAAS. See, Randall, I don't know if you're in the room, but you see how long it's taking. So again, it's all about looking left, for me. So if PAAS was just sort of hovering around this area and I look left and the next high I saw was say 18, I'd be really interested in this one as an example. So again, this creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. Now, the last thing is the simulator. I cannot emphasize enough. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, a couple of things. Racing and this Brokerage Plus window here, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, these are not available. Okay. Now to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. The window will pop up. It'll say not connected. Now, if you can't see that, just expand the window. Like, and if it looks something like this, okay, just expand the window a little bit so you can see that not connected. In order to connect, just click on SIM. There's 2 options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says SIM. Now the live is for if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. It shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. I'll put a link in to show you the steps involved. So I put this Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos. There's a short video that shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect. Okay. Please don't ask about any others. Thinkorswim, TDA, et cetera, et cetera. We don't connect to them with Brokerage Plus. We'd love to see it, but there are just technical issues that prevent us from doing it. May happen in the future, but I have no idea if or when. So right now it's just IB and Interactive Brokers. But how I really like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So you just click on Sim. This not connected will change to account. Excuse me. It'll change to account. Once it changes to account, click on it and then simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. These are two, I'm short AMC, 500 shares. Entry was 716. It's the last, so I'm, obviously making money on this one. This is in the simulator. This was taken, I don't even know now, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago, kept it in there. This was done yesterday, Hilly, HLLY, 280, took it at 280. It's at 291 right now, did not take it out of the simulator. So if you don't close out a position at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay. And it's simple to use. Let's take a look at SMX. When I click on an alert, the symbol will show up here. I can click on this box and there's some, excuse me, I can pick, of course, I could pick exactly how many shares I want to trade, or I can pick from the list. I don't like that spread. Let me do something else. I'm going to talk a little bit about money management. Okay, let's say I wanted to take ACHR. I'm not saying I would because I look left and I see, there's some little areas that could stall at, but let's just, for the purposes of demonstrating, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go right at the market. Bid ask is a penny, so that's no problem. Click the buy button. Don't like this, buy should just be buy, but then you send it. But so now I'm in the trade. Okay, 500 shares. Entry price was 310. Going to put a stop in. Stop is going to be 290. And I'll explain why. So you see on the chart now, a red line appears that says minus 100. So first of all, the way I trade is that I'll have a checklist. And if I cannot check every single box on the check if I cannot check every box, then I'm not going to take the trade. It's that simple. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. People say, well, what's your checklist? I want to trade just like you. You can't. Okay. First of all, you've got to develop your own style. And, I have a lot of my trading is a little bit of feel, which is really hard to teach. But anyway, a lot of the things in my checklist are already covered by the scans I create. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range that I like to trade, or a minimum volume that I like to trade, or maybe a minimum relative volume that I have to see, things like that. So when I click on an alert, most of the things are already checked. Then it's a matter for me to start looking left. Where is it? Is there room on the daily chart for it to keep running until it hits the next high? If I can't see anything on the daily chart, in other words, if all this that I see when I look left was underneath the current price, then I'd be looking left on the weekly chart. I'd also be doing a quick check to see where the 200-day moving average is, and maybe where the VWAP is. And then I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade. So let's just say in this case, everything checked, I take the trade. Next step, okay, just because I think a trade should work doesn't obviously mean it's going to work. So I have to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And so what I do, I typically look at maybe no less than a 5-minute chart, but more than likely a 15-minute chart, and try to gauge where I think there could be a support area. So like a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. If I were new to trading though, because my idea of support on a chart may not be the same as yours. So What I would probably do and practice with it is maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. And the reason to do that is because the low of the previous 5-minute candle is defined. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That is a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay, so now that you've established where your stop is, how much money are you going to risk on the trade? Hopefully it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So what I like to demonstrate in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares, and that's why I put the stop at 290, just to make the math super simple. I mean, that wouldn't have been the worst stop in the world, I guess, anyway, just looking at a daily chart here. But I was just trying to make the math simple. Because if I'm going to risk $100 a trade, how many shares am I going to take? I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. So I put it on purpose. The difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, then if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. So how many shares I take per trade is based on the difference in my entry and my stop. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet that will pretty quickly tell you how many shares you should take. Excuse me, just give me a moment. Now, the other thing is I typically risk about the same amount every trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I'm risking the same amount every trade. Okay. Next step, obey your stop. In a simulator, pretty simple to obey your stop. It's play money, right? Now, the other thing I should add is that if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. Now, unfortunately, if you can make money in a simulator, does not necessarily, translate to make money when you attach to your live account. But I can almost guarantee that if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trading live. Question I get, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. Everybody is different. You could spend 3 months, 6 months, a year in a simulator before you're ready to trade. I know that's not what most people want to hear. They want to take our program and they want to start trading immediately, fund their account and start trading immediately, and they've had no trading experience. Don't do it. Trade Ideas is a great program, but the program is called Trade Ideas because that's what it generates, ideas. You have to have some sense of chart knowledge, market knowledge. What's the market doing? Patterns. What do you like? How do you like to trade? There's all sorts of things that go into trading. That's why we have a simulator, and our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't need, you don't even need a broker yet. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. It uses our real-time data. Next, obey your stop. Again, easy in a simulator to obey your stop. Now you start trading live. Sometimes it's really, really hard to obey your stop, even though you've done all the practice work in the simulator and you've obeyed your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, you've been able to check all your boxes. Maybe it even has great news, what you think is great news. Maybe it's earnings or maybe some, news release they came up with. News, by the way, is not one reason why I take a trade. It could be a bonus, but it's not it's not one of the reasons why I take a trade. So you get into the trade and you cannot believe it's not working. And it starts drifting down to your stop, and you start convincing yourself that, you know what, maybe you might stop, even though it's the low of the 5-minute candle. Too tight a stop because this has got to work. Look at all the great news. Look at everybody in the room is talking about it. Well, guess what? Doesn't mean anything. So what happens is that $100 manageable loss, or whatever that number is going to be for you, turns into $200, $300, $400, $500, and finally you sell, get rid of it, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And you guys know what's coming next. Almost as worse. Look at this, guys. By the way, it's ACHR going through the 200-day. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, being down two, three, four, $500, and then it comes back for you. Now you're up two, three, $400, and you almost congratulate yourself. I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop because look what happened. I knew it would come back. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, if somebody had hammered me over the head to obey my stop early on in my trading career, it would have saved me a lot of anguish. Look at DTC, guys. I mentioned this one earlier. DTC over that five. So obey your stop. The thing about trading too is that everything might have set up when you looked at the trade. You could check every box, but maybe something happened in the market. May like a nice. What if you were short something, and it was kind of tracking the market a little bit, and you were convinced that the market was going to keep going down. All of a sudden, you get this giant green candle, wipes you out of your short, perhaps. Okay. Well, you can always get back into a trade later. Maybe it sets up again. Okay, maybe your trade is not so market dependent, but maybe there are other reasons why it didn't work. But maybe it sets up again. Commissions are so cheap; they're either zero or half a cent a share or something like at Interactive Brokers. No excuse, because you don't want to pay the commissions to not get out of a trade. Okay, so that's it, guys. I know I spent a little longer today, excuse me, on money management, etc. But I do think it's important, especially if you're new to trading, and even if you're not new to trading. Sometimes it's good to hear the reinforcement about obeying your stop and all that because sometimes it's awfully hard. Yeah, see, Luis, I'm not a conspiracy theorist like that, really. I mean, yeah, I think first of all, for some of the, especially some of the things that we look at here, these more volatile ones. I mean, there's all sorts of theories out there that they hunt your stops and take you out. And I know there are going to be some people that say, yes, that happens. Uh, I've never really seen that for me. I'm not saying, well, I shouldn't say never. Maybe it happens every now and then. I just don't concern myself with it, Luis. Okay. You know what, Cozy Manuki? You're right. I spent a lot more time today. I haven't spent over the last 3 weeks. If you've been in the room, I have not spent as much time. But you know, further to your question, I get a lot of comments, emails saying thank you for the money management. I didn't realize a lot of stuff. We have a lot of new traders. So you know what? I'm going to do it every now and then. If you don't like it, go to another room. Sorry to be harsh, but I'm going to do it every now and then, spend a little more time on money management and talking about trade ideas. All right, guys, let's take a look at. Here's Unsee, guys. And if you came into the other room, you'd have a lot more people to talk to. Okay, you're in the YouTube room. Okay, and yeah, there's not a lot of interaction among traders. A lot more in the other room, and people don't. They're not listening to me all day long in that other room telling them what. I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell anyway, but there's a lot more interaction and people, throwing out ideas. So come into the other room. And again, this because it's a free room, of course, I am going to promote trade ideas and the idea of, eventually maybe take out a subscription. We have people who are in these free rooms for months before they do anything, and that's fine. And they may never do anything, and that's fine. I have no problem, especially if you're in the room and and you have some ideas. That's great. All right, what's happening here? Let's see. I keep waiting on this Hilly to see if it can take out a five, three. So this one is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Also, no, they're all free. I just have three. Technically, I've got three rooms going. Okay, there's a Discord room. There's hardly anybody in it, but I keep it up and running in case you want to go into a Discord room. YouTube, you're in YouTube, and then the other room is they're all free. There's just more action in the other room. More traders, more throwing around of ideas. They're all free. People go to YouTube because I guess it's simpler to get into. Yeah, Cozy, I'm going to completely disagree with you. Okay, I'm getting a little bristled here. It's not like this is a unique day. I did spend a lot more time talking about money management today. All right, but most of the time I don't spend the same amount of time. So again, come into the other room. Okay, throw around your own ideas. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, then you have access to my scans. You don't need me to tell you that SSSY showed up at 1582 or BNED or some of these short opportunities. You don't need me to tell you that, which is basically what I'm doing. If you can have my scans, take a look at them. But come into the other room. If you have ideas, come into the other room. I haven't seen one idea from you in the YouTube room. I may be wrong, but I haven't seen one idea. I'm not just talking today. But you've made that same comment, several times about how you don't like, the fact that I might preach a little bit about money management every now and then. But anyway, okay, I'll get off this. So what happened with this Apollo? Is this yeah, another financial? Randall, you're probably not in the room. Randall is a developer. He was in the room kind of watching. And we've had this little odd time when the single stock window doesn't show up. Oh, you're still there. Okay, so you see what happened. I just tried to load Apollo and no info. I think that might be the first one. And if I click on another alert, and then if I click on APO again, I'm sure it'll show up. There, okay. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:07. Yeah, so like a lot of these financial one now, APO could be interesting. I mean, it's right at the VWAP, 63.49. So it's just a little bit under the VWAP. Will the VWAP stall it? Well, let's see. I mean, the VWAP is stalling at 63.48. So it's underneath the VWAP. Financial popped up like a lot of the financial stocks. Right now, I am not getting too many new alerts. I'm not getting things have settled down a little bit. Been a choppy day again, as always, on the SPY. This has been typical over the last several months, really. Big down, up, a little bit down, now a big pop up. What's going to happen now? Red bar forming. Yeah, DTC has been pretty steady. DTC has been since the five break. You know, just a little wee red candle there, but other than that, it's been pretty steady. Continuation. I mean, that I think this one probably just got suffered from the overall market meltdown yesterday. This is an earnings play yesterday, got up to 560, but it closed way down here over a dollar lower. Well, that's why, Kerry, one of the things we've got going is that if you're brand new to trading, I don't know if you've taken a look at the course that Michael Knotts put together. So again, if you click on the link and scroll down, you have to scroll down and then click on the education section. I'm sorry. You don't have to even do that. Sorry. So you'll see this in Trading 101. I mean, this is, I mean, pretty detailed about all aspects of learning, the mechanics of trading. Okay. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, but it talks about trends and support resistance, candlestick patterns, all these things. So if you haven't done that, I mean, it's going to take you a while. I think there are about 30 odd videos, but I think it's worth it. Okay, Alt G. Earnings play, guys. Wow, earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Hardly traded, I guess. This is an earnings play. Look at this catastrophe. 20 down to 1450 for Alt G. I'm trying to see why it didn't show up on my 10-day daily breakdown because the volume is just slightly less than what's required. Yeah. So here are the filters I'm using in my 10-day daily breakdown. So you can see, obviously it's between $2 and $35. The current volume is at least 8. Well, relative volume, current volume, same thing, 17 and a half. But here it is, 500,000 shares minimum. It's 436. So you might say, well, Barry, why don't you just change that 500 to 400? I could do that. What could happen though, maybe not that. That wouldn't be so crazy. I may get a lot of other alerts I don't want to see. I don't want to see a lot of alerts in this particular, even though today I could not control it, but it's all because of the banking situation. So many happened right here. It is a very highly unusual to have so many alerts in this particular scan because of I put some pretty tough filters in. This is more typical, maybe five or six in each one of them. Boy, this SIVB is still halted, isn't it? Ooh, this is ugly. This got halted. So I'm using Interactive Brokers. That's my trading platform. I'm in Canada. Okay, so Interactive Brokers is worldwide, really, in so many countries around the world. Okay, guys, let's see. Pack W has had the bounce. And DTC continues to make inch by inch new highs. See Randall, the very anyway. Um, 559 is yesterday's high. If somehow it gets through yesterday's high, 584 is the next one, and then the fantasy level will be 741. These are on the weekly charts. Now, one of the things is here in the simulator, I think I took this ACHR, right? Okay, so in at 310, okay, 319. Now, if I want to get out of this trade, any trade, if you want to get out of anything, you just highlight it and flatten it. Flatten gets you out of a trade. I could get out a half or I could double my position, okay? Again, this is all in the simulator using our real-time data. So if you want, if you want to practice, well, shouldn't it, the question should not be if you want to practice trading, if you're new. You must practice trading if you're new, so you can use our simulator. All you need is our standard service, okay? And then you're set to go. MNTV is on the move a little bit here, guys. Come on, load. MNTV is on the move. However, is this shortable for me? It is shortable. There's the 200-day moving average. 793 coming right in it. I don't see any news for this one. It's on an earnings play. And why I talk about the 200-day moving average is because a lot of times you'll see that 200-day, that green line that you see here can stall a stock from getting through it, you know? So not 100%, of course. If it were 100%, we'd all be multimillionaires. But seriously, you'll see many, many times a stock will go into the 200-day moving average and just stop and then move down off it. And the same can be said about the VWAP. You notice I don't have a lot of indicators on my chart. I mean, I really only, I pay attention to the 200-day on the daily chart and the VWAP, and that's about it. And that is not to say that other, if you can find a way to use MACD and RSI and stochastics and all the other ones that are out there, and you can find a way to use them to make money, go for it. I'm not ever going to tell anybody, don't do that because I don't. Boy, DTC was the one, guys. Randall. See, as the day goes on, the charts tend to load more slowly. And this should have been cached because I had just loaded it. So there's no excuse there, in my opinion. If you're still if you're still listening to me or watching. And in case you're wondering, guys, I'm talking to one of our developers. Has graciously has been in the room trying to see, what's going on with the single stock window. So that's who I've been talking to. Meanwhile, FRC, my guess is that this has been an amazing move for a lot of you who maybe played a bounce. Amazing. Look at that. 43, about a double. Good for you guys. Didn't need me to tell you. Okay, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 11:19. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room taking over for me between 12 and 1 o'clock. Eastern time, of course. Now, the other thing about the way I trade is that my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in a trade. If I can get out at the stop. Okay, I mean sometimes a stock will go right through your stop, and you may not get everything. But don't want to get too into that. But that's the worst I want to do. So in this case, on the ACHR in the simulator, the worst I want to do is lose $100 in the simulator if I got taken out at 290. But if I don't like the way it's trading, if I get into something and I just don't like the way it's trading and it starts drifting down, I will get out of it earlier. Okay. It's just that's the worst I want to do on a trade. Boy, DTC has just been an absolute star, getting closer and closer to yesterday's high, 559 earnings play yesterday. Can you hear me talk about earnings plays? What I consider a company an earnings play, any company that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today. Now, DTC did not. They released yesterday. Then this is what we can, unfortunate for it, had the big sell-off, but this is what we could call a second day continuation of earnings. So again, any company that releases earnings after hours the day before or in the pre-market is what I consider an earnings play. And typically, Randall, there's another one. Yeah, I'll bet you JPM has had a huge run also, JPM. Yeah, 127, 134. So all the banks are really coming back now after that initial shock. And I shouldn't say all the banks, but most of the banks are probably coming back after that initial shock. Ren, if you can hear me, well, maybe you can't. Oh. What I typically how I fix it is I click on another alert and then another symbol and then I go back to that symbol. Um, Resetting the account, I don't think it'll take care of it right away. Next time it happens though, I'll try the reset to see if it instantly loads it. Oh, where have you been living under a rock or something? That's funny. Okay. Well, take a look at SIVB. Okay, that's the reason. You know, made a bunch of bets on bonds and against debt that just basically a liquidity crisis for SIVB, which started yesterday. It's halted right now. It's down. Actually, that is not right. It's halted. It's now down to $39. 2 days ago, this was 282, and that just started a run on the banks. Not that the rest of the banks are in the same liquidity crisis, not even close, but you know what it is, sort of herd mentality. Okay, so reset did not immediately okay, thank you. That's from Pepe. All right, kidney guys, KDNY is not very much volume, 300,000 shares. Okay. So kidney, KDNY, let's take a look left. 21, so it's still got a little bit of room. The 200-day moving average is underneath it. Trying to see if there's any specific news. They were due to present at the Oppenheimer, was it today? No, this is next week, so I don't know. Normally when these guys present, they don't get up there and say, "You know what? We failed." They don't usually say that. Okay, at some point, this DTC is gonna turn into a bit of a short, I would think. The next high looking left is at, 584. What did it get to? Got up to 572. So it's just a little bit above the high of yesterday, but you could struggle to get through that 584 area. Whoa. Okay, guys, EUDA is on the move here. EUDA on the move. It got halted on that move. What's the volume? This is a Singapore stock. I'm going to say China, but Singapore. So EUDA just got halted. Let's take a look at where it could resume. So this blue box you see, blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol here, but it is the EUDA. Halted at 224. Projected open, but this, as you can see my screen, you can see how it's changing. Could open around 230, 230. It is changing. This is not written in stone. My guess is that it's not going to open right where it got halted, but so if you're wondering why did it have that, I mean, look, the volume came in, there wasn't really trading at all until that. Now, typically these are 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 11:28 plus 28 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 11:33 plus 28 seconds. This is typically how long a halt is due to volatility. Obviously, this one here, SIVP, it's halted because of news. And a news halt can take a long time. Meanwhile, Zion has had a nice run also. NNMD, well, these are the guys who are looking to take over Stratasys, right? No, 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 no. Is that the wrong symbol? NNDM, right, right. NNDM. Here's another one, Randall, typing in the symbol. No data here. Well, you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. I, I mean, it's a US based company. I just happen to be living. I'm a Canadian, so I live in Canada. But anybody can use trade ideas. Okay, just give me a moment. I don't know if you can hear my dog barking, but I just want to check out to see what's happening. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I am going to turf this hilly out of the simulator. So one of the things I like to do is I like to have this distance from the exit price and the max P&L. So what this is telling me is that if I got out of the trade at the absolute maximum price, I would have been up $109. I exited for 40. I mean, that's not a huge difference. I mean, it's a difference, but what you wouldn't want to see is to have been up, say, $500, and then you exit for 40, as an example. So it's a good gauge to see how good are your exits. The other one is the distance from the exit price, because this is also going to show you, okay, I got out of the trade. Where is it now in relation to my exit? So obviously, if you went long something and you'd want to see a nice big negative number, in other words, I got out at whatever I exited at 286. Now you'd like to see it drop. Then you can say, okay, good exit, as opposed to attack on a dollar on the upside. So again, two good gauges to see how good are your exits. Distance from the exit price and the comparison between your P&L, what you actually made, and what you could have made. Okay. Okay, guys. So maybe this little bounce in the yeah, somebody said FRC halted on the way down. Maybe this little, not the little bounce, but I'm sorry. What am I thinking of? This Give me a moment here. Oh yeah, okay. It did got halted on the way down, FRC. Boy, GPS is just not moved at all. The gap has not moved at all since the being hit hard on earnings, but it really is not. There's 1086, 11. I mean, it hasn't moved very much at all. Ugh, I'm afraid to look. Tops, TOPS, over a dollar? Yes. Okay, so this went a little crazy a couple of days ago. Got up to $1.27. ENFN. I don't think I've seen this one before. Infusion. Not sure I've ever seen this company. ENFN. It's just showing up on the momentum, but it's coming right into the 200 day. Boy, I had a half a mind to take the Zion, guys, but I'm glad I didn't now. So looks like a lot of the banks are starting to do this. The FRC looks the same. They got halted though. And Zion has got that red candle now on the 15. Pac W's got that red candle. So after that initial flurry, well, big bounces. I mean, it's $12 up to 17, huge bounces for these. Very difficult though, very difficult to try to time a bounce. After the fact, you say, man, oh man, if only I had done that. Yeah, you might have taken it right there and it could have dropped another $3 on you. Very, very difficult to try to play bounces. So that's the reason. So Stagwell, remember this Stagwell? So they did a $16 million secondary. So they're raising money. Remember this one was just ripping for a few days. And look at it now. Well, this has nothing to do with the banks. What a day it had yesterday. And that is the STGW. I'm just trying to see. I don't see that headline yet regarding that the bank is literally closed today. I don't see that headline here. I'm not saying it isn't true, of course. So SVB's problems center on a wave of cash that came into the bank during the COVID boom. The firm then used those funds to buy long-term treasury bonds whose value was hit when interest rates increased. Yeah, they were, I think a lot of cash came. They were heavy into tech as far as something else I read about them. So anyway, not yet anyway. No, FRC is not halted. FRC is not halted. It's still trading. Well, that's hammering. That's going to hammer these a lot of these down now again. Guys, I should make this statement every single day, and I forget because we get emails coming in. If you have trade ideas, assuming you have trade ideas, shut it down every night. Okay, shut it down every night, and then reload it in the morning. Okay, do not keep it running constantly. Number one. Okay. Number two, some of you are seeing I don't necessarily mean in this room, but some may perhaps, well, hopefully I am talking to people in the room, but maybe you don't understand why or haven't asked the question. If Trader doesn't load for you, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, I've paid for a subscription. It's more than likely because you haven't filled out the what's the word called? Help me, Pepe. The trading regulations or whatever for the exchanges. And the reason we have to do this every year, we don't want to do it, but the exchanges are forcing us to do it. Every broker does it now. I Interactive Brokers does it to me also. Okay, I have to say, prove I'm not a pro. Okay, and so what happens is we send the emails out, and admittedly, sometimes it might go into your spam folder. You don't see them. But that's the reason for a lot of the emails we get saying, "Hey, what's wrong with my trade ideas? I'm paid up for a whole year and it's not loading." Exchange agreements, thank you. So those two things, but please shut trade ideas down every night. Okay, do not keep it running overnight. One of the reasons is because we do a lot of database work overnight, and sometimes, I mean, it'll I shouldn't even have to explain it. Just shut it down every night. I don't really want to go into the whys. Just shut it down every night, reload it in the morning. I mean, it takes a second to do it. Well, guys, here's Pac W now through the VWAP, 50, well, quite a bit through the VWAP now. And I guess it's, based on that news now that they've actually closed the bank, that SIVB. They've closed it, not just what a day, what a couple of days. We haven't seen days like this since 2008 with banks. Okay, guys, so in about 10 minutes, Steve is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Well, you know what, Todd? Really, I don't hope it's not you, but we've had several people who say, "Hey, I'm not getting the data. I'm not getting the data. I'm not getting the data. Something's going on. Why is it happening?" And we check their account, and we see that we can easily see that it has not been shut down for weeks. So we tell them, shut it down. Okay, shut trade ideas down every single night. A week later, hey, I'm not getting something has happened. I'm not getting data. We told you to shut down. You're not doing it. There's only so much we can do. Okay. And I'm not saying that was you, Todd, at all. But there are several who, for whatever reason, they just don't believe us. Or they won't do it. I don't know why. And the reason I say this is it takes up time with our support people for really an issue that shouldn't have to take up any time. Really shady. Interesting. It never happens to me. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. Doesn't matter whether it's a docked window or these are free floating windows. Um, Always loads, and I've got 3 monitors. Everything loads exactly. It's just your single stock window. Everything else is fine. That's a weird one. I have no explanation for that. Yeah, there is the FRC halt on the way down again. I mentioned this MNTV a little while ago, guys, and hey, through the 200-day, well, at the 200-day right now, 793 is the 200-day over the VWAP 766. Trying to get through that 8, the whole number. Next high is about 831. 830, sorry, is 832. So a little bit of room if it can take out 8. Man, that's really strange, Shady. I have. All right, guys, and I'm starting to get some more Sumo. I don't think, is this, yeah, this is Sumotomi or Sumo Logic. No, I'm wrong. I thought this was so look, wow, look at this. This one obviously was a bio candidate of some sort, the way it's flatlining. And is something happening? Maybe this buyout is not going to happen because Sumo is dropping, but you can just tell by the daily chart, this looks like this was going to be a buyout. And there's some news hitting that it could be in jeopardy. SUMO. I don't see it, but there has to be a reason. Okay, guys, GPS is on the way down now, maybe. Um, the gap is an earnings play. It hit about 1020 or so in the pre-market, so it's got some room. What's happening with Sumo, guys? Anybody? I can't see any specific reason, but this has to have been it has to have been a buyout. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I think Steve will be here any moment now in the other room, in the YouTube room. Yeah, a lot of shorts available too. 2.5 million at Interactive Brokers for Sumo. Something. This is not a bank, guys. So I wonder what's happening here. UDA. Now I think I heard a little pop. Does that mean Steve's there? Yeah, I see him trying to get into the. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down or put myself on mute in the main room. YouTube, of course, I won't.
Hello, Barry.
Steve, how are you?
I'm good. It's
What a
Friday.
what a day.
Yeah, what a day.
Hopefully you don't have funds in SIVP, SIVB. I know it's a California bank.
No, but I'm thinking about going and taking as much cash out as I can out of Schwab today. Just kidding.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But no, I'm positioned well. My 401k is 100% cash, and in my other TD Ameritrade, I'm leveraged with SPXSs. So I'm just kind of letting things come to me.
Yeah. But we haven't, I mean, I know you've been around long enough that this sort of conjures up the 2008-9 um, action that we used to have with all the banks and every other stock, of course, being dragged
Well,
down. But
in my
wow.
opinion, yesterday was a gigantic shot across the bow in the market.
Hmm.
When the banks break, they don't stop. They usually kind of continue. We'll see. It's a long day still. We still have a couple hours here, but a little failed attempt bounce there in the S&Ps. I think that CIVB, FDIC guardianship or whatever they call it, it's in receivership now. That's not
Hmm.
helping things.
Well, I think the shock was, okay, we're going to raise $2 billion or whatever the amount was yesterday. That was, and then all of a sudden we can't raise the money.
Well,
And
now everybody's watching the FDIC trigger and go into action, and that's kind of scary. So,
yeah. Oh well.
oh well, yeah, like you
Oh
said.
well, yeah. I'm
Oh
not in
well,
any of those things. So
all you can do is navigate these choppy waters.
yeah, exactly. Okay, Steve. So you want me to come a little bit early? I'm sure you've
Doesn't
got things
matter.
to do at one. Doesn't
Uh,
matter.
well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but we're short staffed on support today, so I'm all over the place.
Okay. Okay, my friend.
All
I'll
right, enjoy.
let you go. Yeah. Thanks.
See ya. All right, everybody. Hello. As I just mentioned, Barry, I I'm in risk off mode. My 401k is 100% cash because I can't short the market in my 401k and I can't buy levered ETFs and I can't do crazy things. So my 401k is basically just, me playing tennis with a forehand and my backhand is tied behind my back. So just got to step aside sometimes. Cash can be a position. I'm not a day trader, momentum trader. I'm slow it down kind of guy because I've got a lot of other things I have to tend to, especially here at Trade Ideas today. We're a little thin today, so I'm not doing anything. I have no new positions. I'm just watching the SPXS that I basically had since, look at the daily chart here. I had since up here. I've been riding this moving average down. So long day today. The moving average that is the most intriguing is the 200 SMA. We gave that up yesterday on the close. As I said, the banks broke. And when the banks break, they don't really come back together pretty quick. There's usually some fallout from that. And now we've got headlines of SDIC insurance kicking into gear, and that raises a lot of hair on people's back to try and figure out what the hell's going on here. Is this something that I should be worried about? Well, I'm not going to stand in the way. I'm not a dip buyer. I still believe we're in a secular bear market. Uh, if we look at the big picture here, we're starting to see this. No, that was a horrible draw. Try that again, Steve. That was a little better. So as these two lines intersect here from the lower lows, higher lows, and the lower highs of our wedge, what's going on over here? I mean, we're dripping, we're drooling. The market is drooling outside of this wedge, and I believe that we are still in a bear market. And everything that we just bounced up on was pretty much just kind of a bear market rally. They don't last long. What's up, Mike C? All right, hello everybody. Seems like kind of a light Friday. Normally Andy does the Fridays, so I don't know any better. Hey, Patrick. Yeah, silver and gold is just out of my playbook right now, Patrick. There's just too much, and it's just too much overnight gap up, sell the gap, and it's crazy. I do feel like this morning, though, we had a really good attempt in some of these silver names to try and get going. I did nibble a little bit of AGQ in my TD Ameritrade account right on the open here. I hate chasing things, so it was just kind of a nibble, and I want to watch and see how it closes. And of course, this is a triple ETF, ultra ETF, SLV on steroids. So if SLV is up 2%, then you've got AGQ up 4%. So I like to use levered ETFs sometimes. Yeah, bear markets usually stick around for a while, so we got to be careful. Yes, Peter, the market is definitely spooked on that headline right there. It's becoming a reality that the FDIC is having to be tapped. Yeah, I let my PSLV go because I wanted to get some buying power in my 401k. I'll jump back into it at some point, but until the chart tells me that the trouble is over, it's not there yet. So with that said, let's just look, pretty basic market breakdown here, as I always do to start off with. I didn't mean to do that. I just closed my entire trade ideas. What the heck was I thinking? Crap. That means all my races are gone now. How did that happen? Well, that's a bummer. I don't use the races that much. I'm not an active trader, but I like to look at them and go over them and see what they've been doing today. But now I just had to restart my system and I've lost all my race data. So what are you going to do? As usual, you guys drive the content here today. If there's anybody that's been sent in today that needs help, demonstrations or something, please let me know and I can demonstrate it for you. That's the real purpose of the, aside from giving Barry a much needed break. We want to come in and have different flavors each day, come in and kind of give you guys a different set of eyeballs on how we use the program and how you could use the program as well. I can help you with a scan. I can look at a chart that you're angsting over, not really quite sure what to think about it, but I'll tell you, no matter what chart you guys would maybe even throw at me today, we have a backdrop that is not good. If this S&P right here, okay, so here's the FDIC news, right? After a little bounce in the midday, we get FDIC, just throws cold water on that bounce. If this market comes back and goes back to lows here on a Friday, second half of the day, I can't think of much things that you'd want to be long, quite honestly, because it's starting to feel a little emotional out there. And for good reason. All of the moving averages have been given up again. Peter, I will use anchored VWAP, but it's not always on my immediate scan. So I would do something like this. Let's take a look at the SPYs. Let's use anchored VWAP and try and take a look at where we might find support here in the SPY. So I'll go ahead and call up my icon anchor. And we're going to go off this low back here, this giant low. Ooh, look at that. A lot of sexy data here for us to look at. All right. Key reversal day. Now, this was a long time ago. This is back in October, but that was an engulfing candle, and you can see everything grew. That was the mustard seed that grew that big bounce out of there. So along the way, we had support, a little bit of slop, support gave way, and then it became resistance. Look at that, 4 days of resistance using the anchored VWAP from the engulfing low. Got ahead of ourselves up here, and I remember saying, wow, that anchored VWAP's still way down here. Be careful. We came down and almost to the T. Last week we hit it and bounced. This is when Fed Powell, I think, made some comments. And then that little tick right there was when I said, I'm going to use this to fade. When I go short the market, I like to fade it. No way will you ever see me run in and short the market right there. I'm going to wait for that little bounce to try and bounce out the weak hands, look for a little topping tail, and I took the SPXS home that night right there. So there is something to be gleaned there from the AVWAP. Yes, sexy data equals chart porn. So to answer your question, it's not in every single chart that I look at, Peter, but I will pull out and look at the 40,000 foot view like we just did. Let's look at an anchored view app from the high back here in August. Let's grab that anchor, select the day. Wow, isn't that interesting? I didn't see that coming. So not only is the anchored buy, but the anchored sell, the anchored buy. So everybody who bought up here is now underwater because they've been enjoying being above the anchored VWAP. But now, whether you're looking at this engulfing low or this little ticky top high here, those are the areas in which you will anchor. If we zoom in, we see that they're in play. Look at yesterday. Yesterday's low was the exact bounce off of one of these. I can't tell which one it is, quite honestly. But I think the message here is we've gone back a pretty significant amount of time. We've anchored the low, we've anchored that high. And what's telling us now is that the market is currently now grinding and trading below both of those levels. That's interesting. And that's definitely something to be gleaned for sure. 1 p.m. on March 30th, correct. So with that said, I just confirmed we're going to have Brian Shannon be a guest webinar speaker at Trade Ideas on March 30th. It's an afternoon, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. So right when the market closes on March 30th, we're going to have a pretty cool webinar. I'll be a co-host. Michael Noss will be in there. And we're going to talk to Brian about his book and his anchored VWAP and his settings and the setups he looks for. We're going to also try and wow him a little bit, showing him some of the possible scans that Michael's been creating in the Market Explorer. So keep an eye out for any marketing material and save the date. March 30th should be interesting. We can talk a lot more about anchored VWAP with the man himself, my friend Brian Shannon. Gary, is there a main scan that I use for swing trading? It's kind of a hodgepodge of my watch list and my short squeeze. Now, since I'm a swing trader, you know, my time frame is slowed down, so I don't really have things that are blinking and going off at me like Barry does. Barry's got some great scans that show him some ideas. I have a few things that I like to list. These spies are getting ugly. I would say that one of my main favorite go-tos is the short squeeze scan. But right now, as you can see, the market is under pressure. The shorts are feeling rather emboldened. I don't think that they're panicking and being squeezed. So it kind of negates this scan, but it keeps me, it keeps me focused on the stocks that are in play. So this skin, right? You know, it's just a beauty health supply company, but they've got 42% short, and this thing doesn't want to go down. And it's actually kind of interesting here today. If the market was holding up, I would be very interested in this early morning stop hunt. It always happens in the early morning. They run all the stops and the algorithms bounce. At the end of the day, if this skin stock stays above this 50-day moving average with this little reversal, a lot of times this action here is a reversal. I would be inclined to say, hey, this is a scan that gave me a short squeeze. I'm aware of it. Again, it's in my wheelhouse. I've been watching it, but I need to wait for the right moment. Now, individually, this chart doesn't look bad because it's pulled back and it's putting a nice bottoming tail in the 50-day moving average. But do I really want to fight what's happening out there right now? I don't. I really don't. So it kind of makes you back off that pitch. But the question is what's your favorite scan? I'll go ahead and share this scan with you. I mean, when short squeezes start taking off and you hear people talking about short squeezes, this is a scan you probably want to have up, and you can see exactly what names are at the top and what names might be the most vulnerable for a short squeeze. So that's one. I like this scan too. Again, I'm not going long anything, and it's not really showing me much. This one, ERJ, maybe. Looking for stocks that opened up and then pulled back, and I want that magic touch of the 10 SMA. Sometimes that can be a nice entry point for a day trade or even a swing trade entry. And this scan right here will show me stocks that are up and then pull back and touch. Oh, we've got an adult. Oh my God, they must have heard us. Somebody typed the magic word porn and all the freaking bots came. I'm kidding. I don't care. I'll just report. Go away. We'll get rid of that user. So this is another scan again, I could share with you. It's just looking for intraday touches of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute. But again, when we're in a bull market, Gary, this is much more useful than being in a bear market. So I'll just say strong stocks touching favorite moving average. The best description for that one. To complete that thought over here, Barry, I'm sorry, who asked that question? Gary. I have my watch list too. So remember, the Trade Ideas charts have a heart symbol. I can click this heart symbol and automatically ERJ will be populated into my watch list. So I'm constantly editing and adding and deleting names from my watch list. And I'll go through this and just kind of keep an eye on some of the names I'm interested in. But again, I look at the backdrop of the market. We are flirting here. Let's just go ahead and put in an alert. I'll put in a price alert to let me know if we do go to new lows. I'm talking about something else, but I don't think I'd fight this tape right now trying to go long. This is a bit different. And when you look at the headlines, it's not good. S&P, we're doing 2 times, almost 3 times normal volume today on the heels of yesterday's downslide. The volume is there. The selling is there. I would be very, very careful, guys, about trying to go long anything in this market. Even early on, the gold and silver stocks tried to do something, but even they got stymied. It's pulled back. Could be interesting if the gold miners do have a strong finish to the day. Here's this AUY. I was in this earlier back here, but then I got out on this day. Sitting here holding that 5-day moving average. But, I've seen gold react either way. When the market sells off, sometimes gold goes up. Sometimes silver and gold roll over with the market. I just never really know. All right, you guys are welcome to type in any questions or anything you want to see. No, don't worry, Mike. I just laughed at myself that we typed that word and the bots can sniff it out. That was just more of a giggle over anything. I don't really care. NASDAQ. Who's worse, the NASDAQ or the SPYs? SPY. Yep, just barely because of the financials. The S&P 500 has much more bank exposure. There's some regional banks in the NASDAQ, but yeah, I'm kind of bummed I lost my race data because I like to go through and look at the old top 10 finishers and kind of see how they're doing throughout the day. But now I've erased all my symbols, unfortunately. Boy, I'll tell you what, I noticed this yesterday. The IWM, the Russell 2000 small cap, they're not sticking around for anything. Look at this. Blech, they gave up the 200-day. So relatively speaking, guys, we've got our NASDAQ holding the 50 and the 200. Critical level here right now in the NASDAQ. You've got a double support level, 50 and the 200. If that breaks and gives way, then that's not going to be pretty. But the point being is we're looking at relative strength, and we look at the SPY, S&P 500, and the 200-day. We are below the 200-day there. So, but the IWM, the small caps, they're not sticking around for anything. They're not asking questions. They're almost as much volume today as there's been yesterday. 3.5 times normal volume. The IWM, the small caps, all the little darlings that people were holding on to, hoping they would turn around. They're getting purged. So I'm going to continue to just keep an eye on the SPY. And again, you guys, I'm not long anything. I'm in cash. And in my other account, I've got XPXS working for the last 5 days. And so far, so good. When we get in a bear market, you just can't trust these little blips. I mean, if you're on game and you're on point, you're on the right side, you're either adding to your shorts on those little blips or you're establishing a new short position on those bounces. Because it's hard to break through new lows without giving us a bounce first. The market has to breathe. Price action always has to breathe. It can't just go in one direction. AMC looking horrible again. What a mess. It looks like AGQ is trying to come back for me a little bit. Barely out of the money on that. I bought on the open. But starter position size, like 1/3, maybe a half. I can look at the AI. I don't look at the AI much, but I kind of keep an eye on it sometimes just to see what's going on over there. Come on, give me a... Here we go. AI strategy trades. Yep, nothing much to write home about. SSYS triggered and then rolled over. Profit save. BKE triggered, rolled back over, but still not a reason to get out of this trade here, because when I look at the AI trades, I say really the AI is the best idea for the signal generation and the entry and the symbol. But once you're in it, the AI is not looking at these moving averages and looking at the price action. It's just using not random. It's using predetermined risk levels of give back and stops, what have you. So people who manage their trades from the AI do a better job than letting the AI exit for them. And this is a perfect example here. 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. It's holding this pullback, telling us this pullback could be legit as a pullback to build and move higher from. Six of the main 11 sectors are now under the 200 DMA. Yeah, that would make sense. As we went through the charts, the Qs really did stick out there. It's a pivotal area. You guys all see this, the 50 and a flat 200. A flat 200, that normally is very, very solid support. So if we come back at the end of the day and we head into the weekend looking like this, we could have a very interesting Monday indeed. If that happens and the Qs look like this at the close, I wouldn't want to be long a single thing, because this is if it happens, it'll be the third index to confirm a break of the 200. And remember, our S&Ps have broken the 200 along with our weakness in the banks. They have a big financial component. I don't know. This just feels really, really heavy to me. I'd be surprised if we dig in here and bounce back up. But I'm wrong sometimes, many times. Starting to look at these banks as a proxy. So you look at the BAC and got just decimated this morning. Nice little bounce here. A lot of people probably bought into this bounce, but what needs to happen is right here, the rubber's meeting the road right there. If the buyers are going to be back in control on these banks, this 10 SMA that was dominating yesterday to the downside is curling, and it now needs to support this price. If we look back here at the end of the hour and the BAC is bleeding back down here towards 30 again, we're not out of the woods, in my opinion. The worst thing that can happen is people that are like, yes, I nailed the bottom, and everybody piles in and buys that bounce. And then when it starts to roll back over like a bear market does, all those people wash, rinse, repeat. They hit the bid and they get out and they purge it again. So we'll see what happens. All right, question, BB. Hello. Can you tell me how to build a topless for CANSLIM stocks. Can you tell me what that is? CanSlim? Are those cannabis stocks, or I don't know what that means. It sounds though like we're going to have to create a watch list. But go ahead and let me know what CanSlim stands for. The William O'Neill method. I guess I'm not familiar. I'm not a CMT. I'm not the William O'Neill method. IBD stocks. You've stumped me because I don't really have familiarity with that. First thing I would do is I would go, to our configure and type in the keyword O'Neill and see if we have anything. Nope. Sorry, I didn't do that right. Hold on. Oh. You might have to elaborate for me a bit more there, BB, of what it is specifically the William O'Neill method is. And I've heard of it. I'm embarrassed I don't know what it is, but it's just like another language. I also don't follow, what was it? I can't even think of the name now. The ABC pattern, 1, 2, 3. Named after a guy. All right. Generally, investors want EPS growth of over 20%. The higher, the better. Annual earnings increases over the last 5 years. Again, annual. Okay, so EPS growth is the key metric. And so let's go and just build a top list. Start from scratch as it is, but EPS. So estimated annual EPS growth. I would say you want all three of these. So, add filter, add filter, add filter. Now these are in ratios, huh? Ratio, EPS growth. You could say, to start with, 0.01 positive minimum. They have to have at least positive earnings. So BB, by doing that one setting right there, 0.01 positive in the min, guarantees us we're only going to see positive stocks with positive earnings. EPS, quarterly revenue growth. All right, so let's play with these. Let's actually get a definition on how they're going to do these ratios. So you can see here, if you go in and click help, you can read these as well on how they're doing that. So if we go into filters, we've got positive earnings. What did you say, 20%? Oh, so Michael has a CanSlim scanner. Okay. Where did you send it, Michael? To info@trade-ideas.com? Mike? Back to this. If I do, it's a ratio, huh? So if I do 2, what does that mean? Estimated quarterly earnings were up at least 2%. Oh, okay, that's weird. So if I do 20, estimated quarterly earnings are up 20% from last year. So it says ratio, but it should be a percent. That's actually not right. So here we go, BB. This is where you'd probably want to look to do these things. Earnings percent of over 20%. Annual earnings. So you can play with those settings right there, basically. And then if I just click OK, it's going to give me not too many names here. But these are names that do have apparently positive earnings and earnings growth. And they look like crap because everything else looks like crap right now. There it is. Ah, you shared your last name with me, Mike C. Got it. Now I know your last name. Copy link address. Let's open it up. And this is something that Michael has done, apparently. And it looks like kind of the same names I had on there. They're all down. Nothing really helping the price action as far as earnings go. But this is probably a much, much better configuration for you, BB. So let's go ahead and take this and send it to you. And Slim. There you go for everybody that wants it. I would trust that one over anything I come up with. What's the market doing? The market's really trying to hold here. Good. All right. So now what you want to do is once you open it, just save it to click save to cloud just once. That way you're always going to have it in there if you ever lose it again. Yeah, Peter, it's up there in the scroll bar. All right. I think we're caught up. Good group effort there. Thank you, Mike. We got BB what they needed. Sector-wise, I mean, what is up? Commodities, China, bonds, of course, and gold miners are still up. They're moving higher. I wonder if that AGQ is going to pop back to highs for me. Yes, I am still short the market, Tankman. I mentioned I've got two accounts. My 401k doesn't give me much liberty to short or do anything exotic, so that's in full cash, just stepping aside, watching the carnage. And in my TD Ameritrade account, I've got a pretty good position for the last 5 days in SPXS. If we look at the SPY, I was explaining, I was watching and just kind of waiting for my pitch back here when the Powell said something happy to the market and the shorts got spooked. And then at the close of that day right there, I saw that little closing tick above the 20, failed. These are the areas that I like to get short. So I am short the market via SPXS. I have no real intention of selling any today because I think this bank break is going to have more on the bone, unfortunately. But it's a long day. You know, if the Stick Save Plunge Protection team wants to come in and buy dips, they're welcome to, and see if they can get this market to close above the 200. But we have a very flat, as I said earlier, flat is a solid brick line 200-day moving average. It's probably one of the more solid moving averages that you can really lean on because it's a very long-term time frame, and the slope is flat. It's not up, it's not down, there's no bias. So if we can't get back above this flat 200, watch out below. That's just all I'm going to say. I'm in no interest in buying anything right now, trying anything. The general backdrop, I think, is a bit spooked, and we still have some time to go. People buying guns. SWBI post-market earnings, I guess. So they had decent earnings yesterday. That's, you know what, it's probably, it might not be a bad play if you're looking for something because it's coming off earnings. It's strong off of earnings, but still, I don't trust this market with this backdrop. Oh, I had to cover my Boyle. That was fun. Nothing more fun than, let's see, I had a pretty good position established kind of down in here. And I was like, oh, we are off to the races. I sold 1/4 that day. I should have sold a half. And then 1, 2 days. I said, nope, we're just languishing down here. Time to cut. So I missed those remaining profits. So I was able to catch those, but I'm out of BOIL now. Just let the chart tell me it wasn't. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That type of move, it's almost uncanny. You don't plan for those. Let's see. How do I blend macro trading? Well, I'm always looking at the chart first. I'm a technician first. Andy actually gives a bit more, credibility to balance sheet and debt and dividend and things like that. I really don't. I like to just surf the market. I like to see a chart that's setting up in a sector or a story that's hot, get positioned, and then ride it for 2 days, maybe 2 or 3 days, and then bail out and then go look for another wave to ride. It's rare that I will just like get married to something in a long-term position and just say I'm long this thing forever, because I don't care what stock you think or what stocks even I thought 6 months ago that I wasn't going to get out of. No, there was just one stock I liked called Beat, but unfortunately, nobody's picking up on the story, and the chart does not confirm the story. So I can't get married to the story. I am watching it down here. It's on my watch list. I might even just set a price alert there at the 200. But the problem is I think I'm way too early on this story. The market hasn't really caught up with it yet. And so I have to wait for the charts. So I'm a chart technician first, fundamental second. And I always say the chart needs to confirm the story. You can't be long or short something just because you think the story is ready to materialize. Sometimes the market is retarded and they just can't figure it out on time. You might be early. Sorry, I like that word. How can trade ideas complement the style? Well, the single stock window gives you a lot of data points. So whenever I'm looking like through the short strategy, short squeeze, I'm looking here, then I'm looking here. TRKA, interesting chart, but what's the data? 49% short, 35 million. That's a small float. So I will get caught up in small floats with high shorts. That's combining the fundamentals really and the technicals. But it's always chart first for me. What's the story with Beat? I don't know. A lot of people having heart attacks out there. And Beat is a technology that people can send their 12-point EKG directly to their doctor. So it's kind of a morbid story, but it is what it is. Hello, Sam. Back to my focus. All right, so what is this level here? We're going to call it 388.50. Seems to be pretty solid, so I'm going to move that price alert back up there, and that really seems to be where buyers are stepping in for the moment. We'll see if that holds. Still have a long day. Is my 130 on the 15-minute time frame equivalent? It's exactly right, Sam. So let's go over that. The 5-day moving average is on my 15-minute chart. Now, if I had a 5-day moving average on my daily chart, it would just be yet another messy line in here. It would probably look something like this. Let's see. Like that. But I can transpose that same line into my 15-minute chart, and it's a much easier way to view the data. And so all you have to do is just take your 15-minute chart and go to indicators and take a simple moving average and give that simple moving average 130 periods. And that's because 130 15-minute candles divide perfectly into 5 trading days. Again, Mr. Brian Shannon, AVWAP, taught me that one about 5-6 years ago, and I've been using it ever since. So what I see in the moment here for the SPY, we've got a flattening 10 SMA, and we've got this support line. So we're in kind of a pinch here. Let's just see how this resolves. That's what I'm watching. Why am I using the 10 SMA on a 15? Because that's what I like to use. It's just always been valuable to me. It just, some people use a 9 EMA, some people use an 8 EMA or an 8 SMA. It's just, they're all so close that I just literally, I use that as my momentum gauge. And momentum is an intraday phenomenon. It can be daily too, but I use it to measure the intraday momentum, and I use the 10 10-day SMA to measure daily momentum. A lot of times you'll see things pull back to the 10 SMA on the daily, and then it's a nice swing trade setup. Yeah, Patrick, unfortunately, I just got to keep an eye on it. It's just, it's not really being discussed yet. Maybe it'll come into favor at some point, sadly, but it'll do so out of people's fear. ANET. Yeah, I think I saw that one on there. ANET. Not bad at all. So to speak of that 10 SMA, you can see how it was nice and supportive there and there and there. And then when the 10 SMA gives, my 20 SMA, which I call the backstop, I will give the backstop sometimes chance to hold. And if the 10 SMA breaks and the backstop breaks, well, then you're looking at a 50 SMA move. But right now, yeah, that's a nice looking stock. What do we got here? Computer peripherals, obviously stronger earnings, strong earnings growth, or it would not have been on that scan. It's a good place to start with, at least the stocks that are solid on the fundamental sheet. If the market does turn around and people start buying again, there might be some attention on the solid fundamental ones. Oh, the banks are popping again. Okay, so what was that B of A chart? What's that telling us? It's trying to hold. It's trying to hold here intraday. It's as simple as I make it. Nothing more, nothing less. And we do want to watch the banks today because they are the catalyst. Long COVID pharmacy stocks. What are a couple of those stocks? I'd be curious. Like CVS, Rite Aid. What does that Young Heap JP Morgan look like? Can't stand this company. Sure. Let's see, Mark. I had to restart my program, so normally I would have more things to show you on here. What this is over here is this is really just a let me open the top list. All right, so this is a top list. We are running a race based on these scans, this scan, which is essentially strong stocks pushing through their Bollinger Bands. 80 minimum on the 15-minute Bollinger Bands. Anything pushing through those is in momentum. And so rather than looking at this, boring spreadsheet grid view, right, we can't really see what's going on there. Is this guy moving up or is this guy moving down? But when we take it and apply a race to it, we've got 3-minute intervals here, and we're basically looking at the relative strength of all these names within the 3-minute intervals. So here's EUDA. It's at the top of the heap today, but it's also been strong all day. It's won the last 6 races here. This UNCY has won 2 races. So, oh, look, there's my 10 SMA who was just asking about that. Why do I use the 10 SMA? Because that might be an entry point. Or if you're long and you're watching to see if it closes below, and then you take your profits. That's how I use that. So the race in this particular case is just a second level of a top list scan that gives us a different way to visualize what's really happening in the moment. And when you right click and you have show top 10, the top 10 winners will throughout the day populate. And what that does is it gives you literally an automated watch list of all these names that you'd probably never even heard of, but they're in play today, and Trade Ideas is showing you that they are in play. And each 3-minute race segment, we can kind of see. Interestingly enough, look at these. These are mostly Drexion ETFs. Interesting. Doubles and triples. So that's really what the races are all about, Mark. And it just it's really, they're geared for the momentum day trader. I, as a swing trader, in the past, I've done something like, hey, maybe I'll take my sector top list and I'll run a race in the first 20 minutes just to see change from the open. After the bell rings, what sectors are actually strong from the opening bell, not change from the close, but change from the open. So I can run a race on my sectors. I will do that sometimes. But it's just a great way for a new trader who wants to be active and find the action. I mean, Barry's all over these names pretty much every day. And, you know, for good reason. When these races first came out, some of us here didn't embrace them immediately because traders are dogmatic and we get stuck in our ways and comfortable. But when you start to realize that the value of this popping out the action in real time and cataloging and showing us the action that we can keep on our watch list and just look at the jump rope, you know, like I said, maybe there's a reason to buy this pullback if you were looking to. But these are names that you didn't see or didn't think about more than likely on your homework scans last night because they're happening in real life. Talking about CVS Pharmacy. Let's see. They're hurting. Rite Aid. Hurting. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. If anybody wants me to look at a chart or whatever, always happy to do so. Jim Cramer said Silicon Valley Bank was a buy last month at 320. Today it closed. Oh, I got to retweet that. I can't stand Jim Cramer. He deserves it. Pile on. Fool. Somebody told a story once about working with him the very first day. He got an email from Cramer and like 124 font point. Welcome aboard. Who types in 124 capital fonts? Jim Cramer does. You can turn, yes, as long as it's a race, you just right click, mark, and you can turn it into, you say show top list or open top list. And so you're basically going back to step one and saying, this is the race that the top list is, this is the top list that this race is now based on. There's no reason to like him, Peter. He's a manic lunatic and he's cost a lot of people a lot of money. He likes the sound of his own voice. And I could say a lot worse, but I won't.
I just popped in. Are you talking about me?
No, I'm talking about Cramer. Why would we talk like that about you, Barry?
I think Steve's got me on mute.
No, I hear you. I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I know you were talking about Cramer.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a call. Nice call. 330. Buy it. Sure.
Yeah. I wonder if he even hit the button too. Rolled his sleeves up and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Manic troll.
It's funny, you know, the things we take, well, not take for granted, but the things we say, and I was listening to you and you said, and I covered my boil. Now, you know, if you said that in a party
Oh
somewhere,
yeah.
they'd be cringing, you see.
Well, were you there the other day when I
I
was
know.
long? Were you there the other day when I was long skin and boil? And I told the
No.
guys, I go, my open position is very disconcerting. It says skin and boil. It's kind of freaking me out.
That's funny.
Yeah, but that was a good example of how I thought I was off to the races. And then sure enough, the chart had other plans for me. So I had to just take what I could get and lick my wounds. And
You had to cover your boil.
I sold a quarter up here at least. I wish I had sold a half. At least I got a quarter of it off.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at UNG. So boil is like UNG, right?
Yeah, it's a double. Yeah, so
Okay, the double
I had a
UNG.
nice
Oh,
ride for 5 or 6 days, and I should have taken some more
Mhm.
off sooner. I was getting greedy,
Yeah.
and then boy, what a garbage ETF. Whatever.
Somebody, I don't know. I think somebody picked it as a trade of the week. I can't remember who it was, but
It was
somebody picked
me.
UNG. I know.
Yeah, and it worked for about 5 days, and then
I
it fell
know.
over.
Yeah.
Steve, still
That's
not
funny.
okay. Good question, Sam. Still not clear why you converted the 5 SMA and the 15-minute, but not the 10 SMA and the 50. I am okay. So I'm using a 5-day SMA, Sam. It's a 5-day SMA here in blue. That's calculated on days. Whereas the 10 SMA, these are calculated on intraday bars, my 15-minute bars. So when you look at the setup, you know, my 10 SMA is 10 15-minute candles. But 130, that's 130 candles averaged, and that equates to a perfect 5-day moving average. So you're kind of confusing 5-day moving average with 10-period moving average. Hopefully that makes sense, Sam.
And what's your theory on this? Like a stock in between those averages? Like how are you using? Because when I look at Boyle as an example,
Oh,
I
that's a
see
bad
that
example.
130 is way above it. So what do you how do you use it then?
I use it as kind of a gauge, an area of interest. Like if we go back to the Qs here a couple days ago, you see we pulled
Hmm.
back. Let me open it up. We pulled back, and I thought, okay, well, maybe we'll find some buyers here at this level, and we did for the most part.
Hmm.
It just becomes like a roving pivot level. I could
Okay.
expect some sellers up here. I could expect some buyers down there. It's not telling me to do anything. It's just letting me know kind of how it's shaping up. I wonder if there's any other good examples. Probably not on these big runners, that's for sure. Nah.
So what would you say, for instance, if it started to pinch? So in other words, the price
Yeah.
is very close to either
Yeah,
or in
I watch
between.
that. And Brian talks about the same thing. He has the AVWAP pinch, and I use the same thing, just a moving average pinch. So a lot of times I'll get that 10 SMA and the 5-day SMA pinching on my 15-minute chart, and I just kind of
Hmm.
draw a little triangle and I say, let's see which way this resolves. Here's a random, EA. You look at this EA here, and it broke down 4 days ago, and it just could not get back above the 5-day moving average. So it's just a level of interest for me that I have
Okay.
on all my intraday charts. That's all.
Okay. I just added it just for fun, just on my
Sure. Yeah,
15.
130.
Uh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
130.
I decided at 130, so just for fun. So listen, Steve, I know you guys are really tied up or short-staffed today on support. So if you do want to take off now,
Sure, I'll
you
take you up
can.
on that.
Okay, okay.
I slept on my neck wrong too. I got to warm up this thing on my neck. It's killing me.
Nothing worse.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yes. Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
have a good
Barry.
weekend. Okay.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everybody. Bye.
Okay, guys, I just have to get my music going. Just give me a moment. Okay, back in all the rooms, guys. So I am short OPRT, guys. Okay, I just want to tell you that I am short. I don't know what it's going to do, but OPRT. It was a late. It was all while I was on my break, and I noticed this at 450. It is in the financial sector. I sure wish I'd shorted this SBNYP. Look at that, 1328, 1328, and it got down very quickly down to 1259. So I wasn't able to get that one quickly enough. But OPRT, I don't know. It's pretty sleepy. When I look left on OPRT, what do I say? I know there was a reason. Yeah. So when I look left on OPRT, I see the next low is down here at 403. Right. So it had room to go, and it's in there. It's in the right sector, if you will. So we'll see. I'm in at four. Well, I'm basically right. I'm in at 446, actually, 446. So hasn't really moved. 447, actually, I'm just looking here. Yeah, 447 hasn't really moved. No video. Thank you, Leaf. Yeah, I forgot to take the video or grab the video again. There we go. Thank you. So I'm talking about the OPRT. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. I just got the video going. So yeah, the banks, yeah, they had the pop, but then they had the drop again. See, Pac W. I mean, difficult again. It's not easy. You may think, wow, man, I should have played the bounce here, sure, and then I should have played the top here, sure. Not easy, to figure out where this is all going to happen. I keep looking at this GPS and think it's going to eventually just give it up, but it's not a bank, of course. It's the Gap. Oops, that's a bank, Goldman. GPS. And it's an earnings play, but it just doesn't really. I mean, it's getting below 1095 is the 200 is the VWAP. It got down to 1020, excuse me, 1022 or so in the pre-market. Excuse me. So it's got some room, but it just looks like it's languishing here. You know what's starting to drift down is ERJ, guys. ERJ starting to drift down through the 200. I don't know. I keep saying that through the VWAP, 1472. So it's below the VWAP now. Run has, yeah, it just doesn't seem dynamic though, Real. I know what you're saying. I mean, I'm just, even if I don't have that, the 15.8 up and running, I mean, I can still look at the VWAP and it's through the VWAP. Looks like it wants to continue down. There might be a little bit of support around 1070 though. If it can take out 1070, then it's got a clear shot to the low of the day. Sorry, so you said run has exposure? Why? What's run got to do with wow, well it's got something to do, I guess. Yikes. So run had earnings on the 22nd, so that's a little while ago. I think the reaction was pretty good. Actually, well, okay. I mean, that candle right there, if you can see what I'm pointing at, got up to 26, but it closed down here at 2350. So it had a nice little pop, but it sold off. Now look at this. Wow. I see. Okay. Thank you. Relax. We have to call you relax now. Is it a real? So not just tech, but biotech. So William or somebody else who has a way more financial expertise than I do. What happens exactly if I have a loan with SVP and I've been paying it diligently, and then they go under? Who assumes that loan, and who do I keep paying it to? It's the FDIC. Is that what happens? Okay. So it's not a, yay, they're under. I don't have to pay it off anymore. Okay, hey, you know what? OPRT is giving me a little bit of a trade here. OPRT giving me a little bit of a trade. I'm sure it's being helped with the market. You know, that big red candle now. Pretty sure it's being helped by the market. Wait, anybody who has my 10-day daily breakdown, did anybody get this one? This went too quickly for me. The SBNYP, the alert was at 1328, and it really, really quickly went down to 1263. Okay, yeah, thank you, everybody. So usually the FDIC will assign it to another bank with a guarantee of payment, okay? So until that happens, so you have to pay the FDIC, I guess. Okay, I have to keep an eye on the SPY guys because I think my short in OPRT is very, very linked to what's happening with the SPY. Okay. And it's been a decent little percentage move for me. I'm in at 447. So just to sort of get into the weeds of it all, if you've got an automatic payment to say SVP to that bank that goes under, because and it coming from your account, it just automatically then that automatic payment goes to the FDIC. There's nothing to do. What a what a couple of days. Okay, so there's literally nothing to do. They just because what a logistical nightmare that would be with thousands of people with automatic payment from their banks going into the bank that's failed if it didn't work the way you're talking. Ah, there we go. So okay, I don't know if anybody mentioned this one. I couldn't figure out why Sumo was heading down, um, and here's the reason. Oh, we're going to get a lot of these then. Sumo Logic falls amid SVB financial fallout as Sumo has a loan with bank. Yeah, so that's why, when we saw this, we knew this was a buyout on the daily. No, I see. Okay, so hmm. So for Sumo to try, so it's not like the FDIC says, okay, we'll do exactly what SVB did for you in terms of all this. Uh-huh. So I guess if we see something out of nowhere, it's got to be bank related, even though, I mean, this is a tech company, so even though it's not a bank, we see something like this, it's more than likely something to do with that bank. I freely admit I'd never heard, I mean, I know the symbol, the SIVB symbol, but I never really thought twice about this bank. You know, look at all these tickers. Look at all these tickers that are associated with SVB, not just banks, but so we got a lot of banks, but maybe some companies like that Sumo. And yeah, so while I was on my break, we saw this CZOO, which is used car dealers, and it popped, I guess, at a sympathy play with the IAA, which really has not given it up yet. So this is it Ritchie Brothers looking to buy them? So Ritchie Brothers out of Canada, right on. We're going to buy these guys. And then some guys trying to say, but if it doesn't pan out, floor is likely the mid 30s. So interesting, guys. I mean, these are the large cap movers. Okay. So these are stocks that are still up for the day. Now, they may have been sliding back down, but these are still stocks that let's take a look at Silica, SLCA. Let's see if it's, yeah, I mean, it's still up for the day. So if you're looking for kind of contrary, in other words, stocks that are moving up with this market kind of, not kind of, but moving down, this large cap movers is certainly going to show you some stocks that are moving that are at least still positive. That doesn't necessarily mean they're moving higher, but at least they're still positive for some reason. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this OPRT. I'm hoping it may get into the 20s. I might cover some if it gets into the 20s. Probably another bank, CGB. Yeah. CGB, sorry, CGBD, another bank. Through, man, imagine if it takes out that 200-day moving average. 1385. It looks like the next low would be around 1314 if it takes out that 200-day moving average. That is CGBD. Yeah, the gap is it's inching its way down. GPS, it's inching its way down. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just going to grab a bite to eat. All right, guys, this AIXI started trading as AIXI yesterday. What was the high yesterday? I don't recall seeing this one, to be honest. 802 China, was this a China IPO or a SPAC? It looks like it's an IPO. Did not see this one yesterday. Tough day to do an IPO right now. It was yesterday. All right, GPS is starting to move down now. Maybe now is the time. Still think that 70 could hold it. There's the low of that candle right there. Actually, that's 87. Sorry, no, 76. So that's the low of that candle right there. Okay, guys, I think I'll do my video now. I'm just going to wait. The OPRT still looking pretty good, 430, 432 in the bid ask. Love to see it get into the 20s. Yeah, and that's why, of course, it's through the 200-day moving average. So now we've got like other than perhaps materials and industrials, they're still above the 200-day moving average. Just take a look at energy, XLE, because XLE was getting closer also to the 200-day. Yeah, look at that, guys. Look at energy even. Energy was the so strong for quite a while regarding the in relation to the 200-day moving average. That is starting to get close too. Okay, guys, so I'm going to do my video now. Time is it 1:18? Okay, put everybody on mute. Okay, so. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just having a problem getting my music going, so just give me a moment. And one big Yahoo! Look at that OPRT, guys. That's a great little percentage move now for me. The OPRT really working well. Look at the financials. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Look at that big red candle there. Financials, XLE. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is energy. Look at energy. I mean, energy is now at that 200-day moving average. I'm sorry. Financials, of course, is XLF. Wow. All right. Well, as I said, the next low looking left for OPRT is 403. I mean, I was hoping to get into the mid 20s, so we're there. Now maybe I can hope for the mid teens. Now, Captain, you're not insinuating that he knew this was going to happen. Well, Captain, somebody said that SIVB was a big funder of some of these biotechs. So yeah, look at Labu. Tex, yeah, Tex, I mean, I'd read about Tex, but I hadn't thought about biotech so much. Man, talk about a real ripple effect now. It's going to be really interesting next week as the market digests this over the weekend. Well, we shouldn't. I suppose we shouldn't make light of this because I know that maybe a lot of you. I have no idea. I mean, Steve was talking about his 401k. If you listen to him in the YouTube segment that he had between 12 and 1, he's all cash in his 401k. But I mean, I'm sure a lot of you are not, and hopefully the exposure is not horrible. I'm sitting up here in Canada, and this has really not affected us yet. Our banks are so different from your banks. We don't have all these thousands of regional banks. Wow, OPRT now at 420. Anybody take that one? I mean, this was while I was on my break. That's where we had the alert. Right there at 450 at 1226. My breaks are typically, I haven't left. I did have a workout, but I was right back at 1226 or a little after. Thought it would be a lot sleepier than it is. Helped immensely because of the SPY. What's this one? IUSS. What the heck did they do? A strategic US small company ETF. Wow. NTB is a bank, I think. NTB. The Bank of N.T. Butterfield and Son. Sounds like something out of a Dickens novel. Butterfield and Son. Oh, it wasn't. So when I look at this, I mean, I don't know what support is anymore with these things, but I mean, it looks like there's some support for NTB, so that keeps me out of that trade. But the other thing is, I've only taken 2 trades today, guys. I mean, I did that ARCC at the very beginning, and then the OPRT. The OPRT is really paying me now, though. Another bank, guys, HTGC making a new low. I'm sorry, yes, a bank or financial sector. I don't know what I'm not going to call them banks, but largest non-bank vendor to venture capital bank. Okay, well, whatever. Sorry, but you're lumped in as a bank right now in that sector. So look at these weekly charts now. Holy smokes. This is just 2 days, of course, but these 2 days right here are causing that big red candle. I mean, it's got room, 1131. Ooh, Liquidia, not a great name. Liquidia Corporation or Liquidia, depending on where you're from. Who knows? Maybe they're got some exposure. Or just the overall market? I mean, what is safe right now, guys? Not much. Yeah, I don't know about the bounce scans right now. I mean, listen, I mean, anything can have a bounce at some point, but boy, oh boy, what's this one? Certura. Wow, look at this. I mean, the low looking left is 1960, and then underneath that is 1820, and that is for CERT. You know, unfortunately, we're chasing it at this point, but it'd be wonderful if we could just base around 1960, 1970, and then have another drop to take that out, and then maybe approach that low. So if you won't short, I mean, you're basically sitting on your hands. I'm not saying there might be the odd one that is like Kazoo, CZOO. What a completely. This is your alpha stock, guys. Doesn't care what the market's doing at all. Piggybacking on that, because look what it is, used car dealers. Piggybacking on the IAA as a sympathy play. Okay, guys, I have finally covered some of my OPRT, the 420 level from 447. And we'll see what happens from here. Just watching, see any sort of mini recovery in the SPY will probably pop these financials a little bit. Oop, didn't mean to put that in there, guys. The IAA. Yeah, I really think we all have our doubts that this is going to happen. This takeover by Nano Dimensions of SSYS. But it was nice for a while if you were a Stratasys shareholder. So that alert came from my 10-day daily breakdown, Alex. Okay, at 1226. There's OPRT at 1226. The price was 450. I mean, it's possible. I'm sure it was hit other scans, but this is my go. These, really. I mean, these are my go-to gold scans right here. The breakouts and the breakdowns on the. Not so much the breakouts today, but look at this even. CZOO 274. I mean, on a day like today, that's I'll take it. I'm not in it, but that happened when just as I was on my break. How about Sophie? SOPH. What is it doing? And what is it? Yeah, so that was a quick pop up and then it fell immediately. But all these, I mean, these are 90% of them, if not more, are all banks in the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, here's what's the one you buy? This is the short of well, not the short. This is going long Tesla, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. I may be wrong. I thought this was the one that the couple that you can go long or short Tesla without having to buy Tesla. I thought this was one of them. Next week is going to be really interesting, guys. I mean, we'll have the weekend. Not we. I'm not going to be, but the analysts, etc. All the comments are going to come over the weekend, set us up for next week, and see what happens. Another reason why I'm a intraday trader. I don't have to worry about all this stuff. Yeah. Oh, you're trying to play bounces? Okay, this must be some kind of an ETF. Triple QJ? What do they do? Never seen this one before. Another one of those ETFs showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. That's why I'm seeing it. Oh yeah, lots of biotechs in the Boston area for sure. I know what's happening. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I don't really know what I'm going to do for the rest of the day in terms of trading. I'm probably just going to honestly not do too much. I don't want to give back any money that I've made on this OPRT. So if you have questions, no, I'm not having. Well, actually, my wife is in Houston right now, coming back tomorrow. So I've been batching it for 4 days. This is my last night of having whatever I want. I'm not sure what I'm going to have. SpaghettiOs. Do they still make those things? Look at this Spy Guys. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that 200-day moving average is getting further and further away now. Look at that. 392, 384. William, no, I would never do that. Never, never, never. Well, here's Mr. Butterfield and Son. Not sons, but just one son. Okay. USDC, is that a stock? You say it's a crypto bank, but is that actually trade under USDC? No, so I didn't think so. It's a coin type, yeah. I know so little about crypto. I have stayed away from it completely. I've only traded some of the stocks that get involved with crypto, like the Maras and the Riots and things like that. But other than that, I have not done really anything regarding crypto. So guys, I may shut down at 3 today. I mean, unless something really dramatic happens, I may just shut down at 3, if you don't mind. Another hour and 10 minutes. Look at GPS. It just doesn't want to move much anyway. Even this NTB, I mean, got the alert. I didn't take it, but 3036, 29.97 right now. Meanwhile, run, yeah, run is now approaching that underneath 20 now. So this has got the exposure to the SVB Bank. Thank you. Yeah, you too, Jamie. So let me ask you, Tank, when you say you lost a ton of money, oh, you couldn't get out quick enough. Okay. Well, it sounds like you had too many shares then also. Not trying to pile on you or anything like that, but talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Barclays, BCS. BCS was not a great looking chart anyway before all this. There's Barclays moving down, BCS. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Well, let's take a look at some of the meme stocks, guys. See if they're what they're doing. How's GameStop stop doing? So that low down here is $15 or so. So it's a couple of dollars away from that low. That's of a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, actually, 2.5 months ago. Of course, AMC is just getting hammered also. You see it up here. You know, I took this short in the simulator at 716, maybe a week and a half ago. I have to check to see when the price was 716. 536 now. And the next low, I mean, if it takes out 5, well, you got down to here 450 or so. And how's APE doing? APE doing? Ugly. Okay. And then, of course, let's take a look at the one that everybody says, just buy it because it's going to come out of its bankruptcy. Wow. Getting close to that 10-cent target that Wedbush put on it. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, so there's a little green candle being put in here. I've taken some more of my OPRT off. I don't have very much left just because of this green candle. You know, these bank stocks are following. At least a lot of them. A lot of them are following the SPY. So right there, a little pop here. What is it? So the don't repeat is just the well, okay, it's the don't repeat version of this. So look at CZOO, okay, as an example. So the first alert happened at 12:04 Eastern time. The price was 274. That's the only time you're going to see this, okay? You're going to see the very first alert for the stock in this window here, whereas you will see it over and over again as it keeps making a new high. If the stock keeps making a new high, okay? Because so why I have it organized like this is because I can look here and say, okay, what did it do from there? Well, I can look left here, but for instance, DTC, I don't see DTC right there, but I can also look at DTC. The alert happened at 11:21 Eastern. The price was 559. I can see what it did from there. I mean, it got up to 573. But that's how it's organized, okay? So the same thing, that don't repeat. it's just an easy way to kind of go back and say, okay, there's your first alert. All the values, all the filter values were met, and the stock in this case made a new low. What did it do from there? I don't think Uber really, what did Uber do? I don't recall really seeing it over and over again. 31.55. Actually, you see how it actually popped. But PAC-W, I mean, look at the Bank of America. These are all, this is an extraordinary day. Don't normally get, this many alerts in here because I put one very tough filter in, and it has to be 8 times normal volume up to the time of day. So typically, that's why you don't see too many here. You typically do not see a whole list of stocks in this one, but we are in you know, a day in which, banks are just getting trashed, making 10-day lows on high relative volume. And I'm sharing those. So there's my homepage link. And when you click on it, you scroll down a bit and here are the scans. And there they are. Now, I don't have them in a doc. They are all individual because some people don't want to, they like to see it over and over again. That's fine. And only that, they don't want that don't repeat, which is fine. Some people don't want to short. So consequently, they're all broken up. Okay. So these are individual. You won't get it looking like this. So basically pick and choose which ones you want if you want any of them. Okay, guys, I have to pay really close attention now to my OPRT now that the market's doing this. Don't have very much left. A lot of stocks are just following the SPY, guys. There are not a lot of alpha stocks, just kind of trading on their own. I mean, there are some, don't get me wrong. Obviously, there are some, but a lot of stocks are just following the SPY right now, or the market. But you know what isn't? CERT, CERT. I wonder if they've got some exposure to that bank. Ah, man, I remember I was talking about this one. If it took out 1960. I just lost sight of it. Yeah, 1960. And then look left. I mean, look at the room it had. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. But to be honest, I'm kind of talked out. I mean, I don't mind hopping back on the mic, but I just don't want to, start blathering away about nothing right now. So I'll put myself on mute. But if you have any questions, don't be shy. I will hop right back on. And I'll be shutting the room down definitely at 3 o'clock. Okay, guys, let me break right back in here as I thought there'd be a promo code coming out today, and it actually is 25% off. So that's why I was telling you to hold off. So let me just give me a moment. Okay, so here it is, guys. So here is the promo code you can use. Patty 25 for 25% off. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, okay, obviously don't use the Barry 15, use Patty 25. You get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, my recommendation is if you're not sure about this program, don't take out an annual. Start off with a monthly. You can always start off with a standard monthly, which would be 118 less the 25%. Okay, and if you decide you want an annual, you don't ever have to take out an annual, but if you do decide, and the obvious reason is because then on a per month basis, it's cheaper, but you've got to pay up front. But we'll honor the 25% is what I'm saying. So if within 30 days you decide, you know what, wouldn't mind having an annual and you're in a monthly, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. So for instance, that 1,000 would turn into 750. And if you took the premium, 2,000 will turn into 1,500. And also, if you have a monthly subscription right now, okay, and you do want to take on an annual, we'll give you that 25%. So if you've got a monthly subscription right now, you've been holding and you have it, even if you just, signed up a little while ago, or if you had a monthly subscription for months and now you decided you want to take on an annual, we will honor we'll give you the 25%. Okay? Okay, back to mute. Okay, I see that the link I put into YouTube doesn't work. That's what I don't like about YouTube. They got jumbled together, so I'm going to have to separate them. Okay, and then okay, So here's one that could be interesting. This Kazoo, CZOO, coming right down into the VWAP, 285, right into the VWAP. Okay, so maybe that holds. This is not shortable for me. Again, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm done. But this is not shortable for me because if it were and it took out the VWAP, I'd be looking maybe to short it. Looks like there's decent support around 250 though. But maybe it holds. Doesn't look like it's going to hold, but maybe it holds. Maybe it has a pop from there. Okay, back to mute. Oh, here's another one, guys. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Excuse me, AFGC. Sorry, AFCG. AFCG just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, this doesn't normally happen. Okay, you don't normally get them so late. But this could be a late dayer, and this is wow. This is an all-time low. An all-time low. Ooh, decision time, all-time low for AFCG. Again, this is real estate property. So maybe they've got some tie-in. Anything to do with real estate, lending. So for a late dayer, there's your alert, 1279. Meanwhile, OPRT giving me a little bit more. Yeah, so the OPRT is giving me a little bit more. Again, I don't have very much of a left, but hey, takes out 4. I'll be really happy. But look at this one. If this were earlier, even have a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for AFCG. ATY halted because of news. What do they do? Okay. Meanwhile, anybody have any idea when this might, I know I get asked a question. I don't think there's any news on this one as far as when it might start trading, if it does. Unless it's just not going to trade anymore. It's done. Well, it's a low float too. This AFCG low float, 16 million in the float. I wish this were earlier. I would take this one. I mean, all-time low. It's my perfect setup. All-time low in the right sector, obviously, if you're going to be shorting stuff. Oh, you can hear my phone? Really? I thought the noise canceling, I don't hear it at all. I thought the noise canceling prevented that from happening. All day, really? What's wrong with the noise canceling? Interesting. I'll turn the volume down a little. Yeah, I can't hear my phone. You sure it's not your phone? Maybe it's the phone that's in your head. Oh man, guys, I would love to short this one. In fact, I'll be honest, real, I haven't heard my phone at all. And I had it up on high. I haven't heard anything today on it. Yee. I'm glad to hear not too many, William. Oh, there are a lot of yeah, there are a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 250,000. I'm still toying with the idea. What I'd like to see though is the market putting in a red bar rather than a green bar. Toying with the idea. I mean, this is an all-time low. A lot of the other ones, of course, are not all-time lows. So There is no support for this. Doesn't mean it'll keep going down, of course, but there is no support. Well, you better, is Schwab going to survive? I'm kidding a little, I hope. Yeah, it'll survive. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't make light of any of this. Look at GPS, guys. This is not actually looking incredibly. It's looking like a bit of a long now. It just did not move. 1110 now is at 10 SMA. Sorry, is the 200-day moving average. It kind of held the VWAP at 1094. Just a real snoozer all day. Okay, sorry, falling asleep here. Back on mute. All right, guys, I'm back and just getting set to wrap it up. And no, I didn't have the. I was saying that I would have loved to have taken this AFCG had it been earlier in the day, but I was going to back off. And you can see how important the spy action was to it. Okay, I mean, that's what I was saying. You really had to. I think I may have taken it if, excuse me, that what time was that? The 2:15 red candle. If that had gone really red and taken out the bottom here, and I may have taken it, but no, yeah, I really had to pay attention to what the SPY was doing for these financials, even though this was at an all-time low. So no, the answer is no, I did not take it. Yeah, you talk about billions. Well, what's going to get me back into billions is Axe is coming back for next year. I didn't like the new guy. I mean, he was okay as a foil to Axe, in my opinion. So I watched the first four this year or five, and then I just didn't. It didn't have the same. Didn't have the same feel for me. So, but Axe is coming back next year, guys. So yeah, Billions is a great show. All right, guys. Well, what a couple of days we've had. So thanks for all of the help. Let me get my script together. And what will Friday bring? Did I say Friday? What will Monday bring? What will Monday bring? Oh, you're on season two. Oh, okay. I'm didn't mean to. Well, I'm not ruined it for you, is that? But okay. Yeah. No, it's a great series. Yeah. No, it's awesome. You're in season two. I thought you meant you're already. Okay. Okay. Good. Didn't mean to hopefully ruin it for you. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for all the help. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Bye bye. And YouTubers, the same for you as I shut down the YouTube room. Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys Monday morning.